Hello. Hello. Is my voice audible? Is my voice audible? Yes. Thank you. Hello. Mic test? Yeah. Can we request everyone to please gather and take the seats? We are about to start the program. Request everyone to please be seated. Is my I yeah, it's audible. All right, so kindly be seated. Request everyone to please take your seats. All right, very good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome for today's event. It's indeed a pleasure to be here today as your host for the inaugural session of Institute of Town Planners India, ITPI, Andhra Pradesh Regional Chapter, APRC in Visakhapatnam, and for discussions on one of the burning topics, which is on the climate change and disaster risk management. Without taking much of your time, I would heartfelt gratitude and would like to welcome the dignitaries and the chief guests of the event today. Request your presence onto the dais. Our chief guest for the event, Dr. A. Mallikarjuna, IAS, Collector and District Magistrate, Visakhapatnam. So kindly come on to the dais. Thank you, sir. A small token of gratitude from all of our side. Thank you. And now we request Professor Dr. D.S. Mishra, the President for 18 times of ITPI, which we would like to mention. Sir, warm welcome onto the dais. It's indeed an honor to have you here today, sir. Thank you. Now I would like to call upon Shri Pradeep Kapoor, the Secretary General, ITPI, 13th term Secretary General, which is a notable thing for all of us today. So, sir, kindly join us on the dais. Thank you, sir. And our guest of honor, Srimati R.J. Vidyalata, the Director, Town and Country Planning. Madam, we request your presence on the dais. Thanks for being part, ma'am. And now I would like to call upon the chairman, Shri V. Ramudu, APRC ITPI, currently the Deputy CEO with AP Tourism Authority, who has always been an active member. I think he's one of the key background for this ITPI gathering too. So, thank you so much, sir. I would like to call upon the Secretary, Shri B. Srinivasalu, sir, APRC ITPI, currently working as National Director of DTCP. So kindly join us on the stage. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to call upon the Building Committee Chairman, ITPI, Shri B. Suresh Kumar, Additional Director, DTCP. Please join us on the stage. Thank you, one and all, for this gathering. Now, I would like to call upon Shri Pradeep Kapoor, Secretary General, ITPI, to give a welcome address. We would like to invite Shri Ramesh Garu onto the dais, the Dean of School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada. So please come on to the stage. Pradeep, sir, would you like to, the mic? So would you like to?
Good morning. I am very happy to be here today among the very energetic chapter of ITPI. It's under the leadership of Mr. Ramudu. And today morning, we have inaugurated the Vizag Center building. And congratulations to all of you, and I hope that you will make good use of that infrastructure built by ITPI. I welcome Dr. A. Mallikarjun, Collector and District Magistrate, Vizag, Dr. D.S. Meshram, President ITPI, Madam Vidyalata, DTCP, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Dr. Ramesh, Director, School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada, Mr. Ramudu, Mr. Suresh, Mr. Srinivasalu, and all dear friends. On behalf of Institute of Town Planners India, I welcome you all on this seminar. This is the seminar being organized across the country by ITPI. The reason for it is, as you all know, that Government of India has presidency of G20, and within G20 they have constituted a Youth 20. ITPI has been nominated as knowledge partner for Y20, and one of the theme decided by the Secretariat of Y20 is climate change and disaster risk management. This is one theme which is directly related to the urban planners. Consequently, we decided that every chapter should organize at least one seminar on this theme. And in continuation of that, already 7 chapters have organized different seminars or talks or colloquium on this subject. And I am happy that APRC has also initiated to organize this seminar today, coinciding with the inauguration of the chapter building. Sir, ITPI is basically constituted in 1951 with the objective to propagate planning education and watch the interest of professional town planners. Today we have more than 8,500 members, qualified planners as members registered with ITPI. We run our activities through 24 regional chapters, mostly located in state capitals, and the third tier of ITPI structure is the regional centers, and Vizag is one of them out of 6 regional centers so far created by ITPI. Every year we organize national conference. On the invitation of state governments, last year it was in Bhubaneswar, on the invitation of Government of Odisha, and next year we have received invitation from Government of Uttar Pradesh to organize it in Lucknow, and we are preparing for it. Maybe in the month of January it will be in Lucknow. Besides that, we organize zonal conferences in different parts of the country. All the chapters have been clubbed into 4 zones, east, west, north, south, and every year, every zone organizes one seminar on the topical theme of that particular region. Recently, we have played active role in the Commonwealth Association of Planners. President ITPI is nominated as Vice President of CAP, and we got another post in Commonwealth Association of Planners, that is in the Board of Trustees, a member in the Board of Trustees. So that is the achievement because of the active participation of ITPI at the forum of Commonwealth Association of Planners. Recently, we got the opportunity to meet Secretary General of Commonwealth, and we presented them that ITPI is willing to contribute to the countries which are not able to have the urban planning system in their country. So we offered them that we are happy to give them technical help in organizing the urban planning system in different countries. Besides this, On the education front, ITPI has prepared model curriculum for Bachelor of Planning and Masters in Planning courses, and any university, institution or college who intends to start planning course, they seek accreditation from ITPI. And today, I'm happy to share with you that in India, few years back, there was very small number of the institutions or universities who were imparting planning education, not more than 25. And today, the number has increased to 77. It's a tremendous, because the reason is very clear. Government of India has focused for last 3-4 years on urban planning in a big way. That is the reason more planners, more urban planners are required in the country. Hence, we are finding that many institutions have started planning courses. So this is all about ITPI I wanted to share with you. Once again, thanks to all the dignitaries on the dais, all the participants, members of APRC. I welcome you all and congratulations on having a new building at Vizag. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful and informative quick address. Now, I would like to request our chief guest for today, Dr. A. Mallikarjuna Garu, IAS Collector and District Magistrate, Visakhapatnam, accompanied by the guest of honor and other dignitaries to light the lamp and to inaugurate today's function. Thank you so much, everyone. Now, I would like to call upon my colleague for an invocation song by Srimati Pravina, Associate Planner from APCRDA.
शुक्लाम्बरधरं विष्णुं शशिवर्णं चतुर्भुजं प्रसन्नवदनं ध्यायेत् सर्वविघ्नोपशान्तये अगजा आननपद्मार्कं गजाननमहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तमुपास्महे एकदन्तमुपास्महे श्रीं महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठदेववामादिवन्दितमहागणपतिम् महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं मारकोटिप्रकाशं शान्तं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदकप्रियं महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि. Thank you.
That was wonderful. Thanks, Praveena. So now I, Divya, on behalf of the ITPI family, once again welcome all of you to the event, and we indeed await for today's fruitful discussion with the dignitaries who are sitting on the dais. So I would like to briefly introduce Professor Dr. Srikonda Ramesh Garu, who was acquired his B.Arch in 1982 from JNTU Hyderabad, Andhra Pradesh. He has completed his PG in MTP from Anna University, Madras in 1984. He holds PGDEE from Institute of Ecology and Environment, Delhi. He has also acquired doctorate degree from IIT Delhi. He has upon 40 plus years of experience in the profession in the fields of town and urban planning, and presently he's holding the position as Director for School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada, Institute of National Importance. He has published nearly 75 technical papers and guided 5 PhD scholars till date, and got awards and honors of 7 and developed 3 PG programs. So now I would like to call upon Ramesh sir for giving an address. So I would want to sit.
Thank you, Madam. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. A. Mallikarjuna, IAS, Collector, District Magistrate, Visakhapatnam, and President, ITPI, Professor Dr. D.S. Meshramji, Institute of Town Planners, India, and Director R.J. Vijayalata, Madam, DTCP, and all dignitaries on the dais. It's my privilege and honor to share a few words on this particular dais. Today I wanted to congratulate Regional Chapter and ITPI for inaugurating a beautiful building for this, and then it's really nice then once we have visited and it was an inauguration. Here I just wanted to say the topic what has been selected for this seminar, it's a very interesting and it is what it's required as far as the climate change point of view. And I really felt very happy to be part of this institute, and I wanted to be there in this one as a key speaker, also given an opportunity. I am very happy. I am thankful to one and all the persons gathered here. Thank you once again. I wish you all the best for this seminar.
Thank you so much, sir. So now I would like to introduce about our President, ITPI, Professor Dr. D.S. Meshram, who is born on 16th of May 1947. He has received his bachelor's degree in arts and B.Arch from Nagpur University and master's degree in town and planning from School of Planning and Architecture, Anna University, Chennai. So he is one of the key members for formation of urban development plan formulation and implementation guidelines, which are the UDPFI guidelines, which most of the planners would be knowing. And he was unanimously elected as the president of ITPI India for 18 times, which is not a normal thing. And taking into consideration his enormous efforts in the planning field and education, the Council of ITPI instituted a Best Thesis Award for undergraduate students of planning on his name, and also bestowed upon him the title of President Emeritus ITPI. So now I would request Professor Dr. D.S. Meshram to kindly address the gathering.
Okay? Okay. Thank you. Honorable Chief Guest of today's session, Dr. A. Mallikarjun IAS, Collector and District Magistrate, Visakhapatnam, Madam R.J. Vidyulata, Director, Town and Country Planning, Government of Andhra Pradesh, and she is guest of honor for today's session. Professor Dr. Ramesh Srikonda, Director, SPI Vijayawada, is also the another guest of honor. Shri V. Ramdu, Chairman, APRC, and of course there will be the speakers who will be coming. That is Shri A.K. Jain. He was the former Commissioner of Planning, Delhi Development Authority. Professor Dr. Vinod Kumar Sharma, Senior Professor from the Disaster Management and Environment, IIPA New Delhi. Dr. Ajay Kumar Tarafdar, Dean Academics, SPA Vijayawada, and Shri B. Srinivaslu, Secretary APRC, Shri Dean Makbul Ahmad, Treasurer, Shri Suresh, Chairman Building Committee APRC. Before I say a few words on the today's topic, I would like to welcome the Building Committee Chairman of APRC, and of course Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. So let me congratulate the chairman APRC, Mr. Ramduji. Without his efforts, this building which you have inaugurated today would have not been possible really to be inaugurated and complete in a very, very given time. So I congratulate all the members of the APRC for having an excellent building, which rather we today put on you that you will celebrate all your functions, you will organize all your functions from this particular building. So thank you once again, and of course, the person who is behind all this scene, who is working continuously and very hard, is Shri Sureshji, who is the chairman of the building committee of the APRC, and of course, I cannot forget the name of Madam Vidyutalla ji, who has given a helping hand for the completion of the building. And of course, she was responsible for organizing a very responsible national conference held about 3 years back in the Visakhapatnam. So thank you, madam, for extending your helping hand, and of course, all the members of the Andhra Pradesh regional chapter. It is our really a pleasant pleasure for us to be with you today morning. Reason being, as said by Mr. Pradeep Kapoor, Secretary General ITPI, that we are organizing these conferences throughout India under the aegis of the Y20 of India 23. It is a pleasure. We have already conducted 6 seminars so far, and this will be the next seminar, and of course we are going to have the more seminars as per in the coming days before September 2023. And then we will be submitting our records and our proceedings of all the conferences which have taken place so far on the climate change or disaster risk mitigation to the Y20, which will also be considered by the G20 for when our Honorable Prime Minister is going to address the G20 meet in the November 2023. So that is really a pleasure for us. Mr. Pradeep Kapoor has already given the brief of the establishment of the Institute of Town Planners India, which established in 1951. Just for your information, we are also conducting the associateship examination of the Institute of Town Planners India, and majority of the members are there from the Andhra Pradesh. Also those who are completing this associateship examination, which has been placed at par with the Masters in Town and Country Planning or MTech in Town Planning. So I would like that the more persons or the more persons from the department should take up this particular examination, so that we will be in a position to really justice as far as this examination is concerned. Just saying few words on the today's conference. How grave as far as this particular conference is, I would like to share the few statistics with you. As far as the Indian subcontinent is concerned, amongst world's most disaster prone area, Indian subcontinent as such, not only the India. Why it is so prone to the disaster, I would like to share with you some of the figures. 54% of the land of India is vulnerable to the earthquakes. 54% of the land of the India is vulnerable to the earthquakes. 8% of the land is vulnerable to the cyclones, specifically the coastal states. 5% of the land is vulnerable to the floods, and 68% of the net sown area is vulnerable to the droughts. So you can imagine we are really how much we are prone to the disasters as far as our country is concerned, and that is why we have to really take the immediate steps for the mitigations of the disasters. If it happens, the disaster, we have to take it very seriously so that we can save the life and property which can really take the place after the disasters are concerned. Every year the natural disasters like floods and earthquakes takes every year in our country, and at the same time simultaneously in the some part of the India. In the North India, we will find sometimes the floods are coming, and in the middle of the country, we will be finding that the droughts are also coming simultaneously. So that is what the problem as far as the India is concerned. 55% of the total land area of the India falls in the seismic zone 3 to 5. So it means that we are really sitting on a land which is very dangerous for the existence of not only the human being, but also for the property, animals and the plants as well. And that is why mitigation of the risk which is likely to involve after the disaster takes place is required to be taken seriously. As for the definition, what is that we mean by the disaster? So we had a Disaster Management Act in 2005 which defines the disasters. What is disaster? So I would like to share that particular definition of the 2005 Disaster Mitigation Act. And disaster they have defined, I will read for you. Disaster is described as a catastrophe, mishap, calamity or grave occurrence in any area arising from the natural or man-made causes or by accidents or by negligence when results in the substantial loss of life and human sufferings or damage to and destruction of the property or damage to or destruction of the environment, and is of such a nature or magnitude as to be beyond the capacity of the community to the affected area. And that is what it is so grave as far as the disaster which takes place. So we have to really consider the disaster in terms of before disaster occurs and after disaster occurs. Both the things are very important, and that therefore it is eminent for us to manage the risk and prepare the disaster management plan. As far as the disaster can be grouped into two categories. The first category is the natural disasters, and second category is also the man-made disaster. Both the disaster can play the havoc with the human life and also with the property. As far as the natural disaster are concerned, they can be of the various nature like meteorological disasters, geological disaster, environmental and biological disasters, while man-made disaster includes technological disasters, industrial disasters, warfare disasters like civilian wars and unrest, what is going on in the Ukraine and all that thing. Natural disasters are beyond the control of the human beings, but as far as the man-made disaster are concerned, we'll be in a position to manage due to the development of the latest technologies and the innovations. It is possible to manage to the certain extent the man-made disaster, but it is not possible to correct when the disaster may be natural disaster or maybe man-made disasters, or when it is going to occur and when it is going to take place. It is very difficult to predict it when it is going to occur. As far as the Disaster Management Act is concerned, it has been adopted due to the tsunami. This tsunami has taken place in the year 2004 when specifically the areas of the Andaman and Nicobar, specifically the Port Blair was very much affected. We take it very lightly, but then you can imagine how much havoc it can play. Let me share one example with you. As far as the Port Blair is concerned, when the tsunami came, the sea water mixed into the water of the tank. It looks very simple for us, but how difficult it is, because that sea water mixed with the potable water, that is the water we are drinking, and then it is not possible to have the potable water or the drinking water in the Port Blair. Reason being, the water which has been mixed with the sea water, it is not possible to drink. Now the problem is that, how do we face with this particular problem? Because we are waiting for the summer so that it can be dried up. But no, the moment summer ends, the rainy season starts. So again rain comes. So it is very difficult situation as far as the drinking water is concerned, drinking sources are concerned, as far as the Port Blair is concerned. So we have to take such kinds of the disaster very seriously and find out how can we prevent such disaster to take place. As far as the disaster management is concerned, it is being dealt under the 2005 Act, that is called as the Disaster Management Act, and who is at the national level of our country, the chairman of this disaster management committee or the authority is the Prime Minister of India. In the act, you have to also create the disaster management committees as far authorities as far the state level is also concerned, and then who is the chairman of this committee? The Chief Minister is the committee, chairman of the committee. It is also to be created at the district level, and district collector or the district magistrate is the chairman of this particular disaster management committee. So we have been taking very seriously if the disasters occur, how do we deal with that? I will not be in a position to really devote more time because there are so many speakers to take place. But then this is not only dealt as far as the act is concerned, but as far as the Ministry of Urban Development, Government of India has also concerned. They have evolved the Urban and Regional Development Plan formulation and implementation guidelines. In these guidelines, they have taken how can we take the preventive measures and how can we take the mitigation measures also, which will be dealing in detail. Specifically, I will be throwing more light on this particular aspect as far as the technical sessions are concerned. These particular guidelines are also giving the pre-management and pre-disaster and after disaster requirement to be done as far as the man-made hazards are also concerned. It is not that it is only being dealt as far as the national level, but it is being dealt by the planners like you and me as far as the local levels is concerned. When we prepare the development plan, let me quote you the example of the Delhi Master Plan 2021. It is specifically there is a chapter on the climate change in which this particular issues has been addressed. It has been addressed at the pre-disaster preparedness. There is a chapter on this, and also there is a chapter on the post-disaster management also. So all these issues are being dealt at the master plan level also, because why I am quoting the example of the Delhi master plan, because generally what are the provisions are there in the Delhi master plan. It has been adopted in the various master plans being prepared in our country, and that is why let me say that these particular issues are also concern of the town planners, and it is being dealt at the level of the master plan as well. Disaster could be short-lived, gentlemen, even though it is very devastating, but their effects are quite long-lived and their effects are really required to be taken into consideration. Here I will stop, and I would like to give the opportunity to the other dignitaries on the dais, and details I will discuss in the technical session. Thank you very much for the organizers for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you so much for your very much informative, motivating and kind words. So now I would like to call upon our guest of honor, Srimati R.J. Vidyulata, who is the Director of Town and Country Planning. She is a professional graduate from JNTU and has done a master's from SPA. She is also an experienced country director with a demonstrated history in the fields of architecture and planning. She is skilled in land use planning, sustainable design, development and comprehensive planning. I would request Madam to please address the gathering.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries on the stage and my fellow planners and other professionals presented here. Today we are going to deliberate on the climate change and disaster risk management. I'm very glad across the country deliberations are happening on the subject. Really it is the right time and high time also. We have discussed much and now we have to jump into the action. And we know very well what is climate change and what are the implications on the climate change. Due to the climate change, green cover reduces and carbon emissions increases and pollution increase and groundwater level decreases, due to which flash floods occur and cyclones, heavy rainfalls or no rainfall, such kind of disasters happen. So to handle this, we have to study and we have to feel that all the planners especially are responsible to give the solutions to this through our master plans. Frankly speaking, our master plans, earlier master plans, are only land use plans and have not much thrust on the drainage plans and the increase of the green cover and all. Earlier we have no scientific analysis also to take a decision on the master plans. Luckily, now we are having the GIS tool to prepare the master plan and we can analyze the situation and we can give the solution. Especially for the cities, while preparing the master plan, we have to take into the consideration of DEM, Digital Elevation Model. But till date also, we are working on the same old traditional way and giving the circulation patterns and drainage flow. Instead of that, we have to see the levels and altitudes or whatever available at present in the city, and we have to plan for that. And we have to accept that while implementing the master plan, we are giving much priority on the land use and the road pattern only. And our rules are also not clear how to implement the drainage plans. So what I feel is we have to incorporate all these things in our acts and rules also while preparing the master plans. And today's topic, climate change and disaster risk management. Already our Meshramji has explained very well about the disaster and how the disaster happens, how much area is prone to the disaster in our country. All these things he has given with figures and proofs also. So now our role is how to face them and how to prevent them. Whatever the extent we can prevent, we have to work on it. For that, in our master plans, we have to give the priority for increase of the green cover, for saving the groundwater and reduction of the carbon emissions and reduction of the pollution. So all these things have to be addressed in the master plans. That's why planners are here today to deliberate on the subject. Each subject is having its own depth and it will take a lot of time to discuss on each and every subject, and very experienced speakers are here to discuss about this. And I welcome the speakers to deliberate on the issues point-wise. And finally, I thank the ITPI to for creating the platform for the deliberation on the subject. Thank you one and all for giving me the opportunity to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. In fact, we feel honored to have you with us today. And now I would like to speak a bit about our guest invite, Dr. A. Mallikarjuna Garu, Collector and District Magistrate, Visakhapatnam, who is an IAS officer belonging to 2012 batch. He hails from Kadapa district and has received his MBBS degree from Cardinal Medical College and has had experience of working as a doctor at a PHC before joining with the IAS. Prior to serving as a district collector and magistrate Visakhapatnam, he has worked as CEO for Arogyasri during the times of COVID, as a joint collector and additional district magistrate East Godavari, additional commissioner APCRDA, which we would like to proudly mention, and also as a sub-collector Madanapalli and Kandakuru. Sir, we would like you to address the gathering.
morning, all. So, thank you so much for inviting me to this occasion. So, I would like to convey my special thanks to Sri Meshram Garu and Mr. Kapoor and also Mr. Ramudu Garu and also the DTCP Vidyulata Garu. So, for having invited me to the function today. I think in the last 3 decades, I think global warming, climate change, and the disaster risk management, I think they have been the buzzwords in the last 3 decades. So you pretty well know about the UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention for Climate Change, and also the Conference of Parties. I think at the international level, a lot of discussions were going on among the nations and the policy makers to ensure that the next generations will have a sustainable life in terms of multiple aspects. So, co-terminus with that, majority of the countries, including India, I think at various levels, so be it level of policy making or at the level of planning also, I think all the efforts are being taken up so as to ensure that we can overcome the impact of the climate change and we can ensure the climatic mitigation and also to be ready with ourselves to face any kind of exigency and to ensure the proper rehabilitation also. So in this context, since presently I think my experience in the urban planning I think is very less. So I hardly had an experience of 18 months when I handled the post of Additional Commissioner CRDA. So subsequently now being Collector and District Magistrate also. So for the last 16 months I'm also handling the VMRDA in the capacity of the Metropolitan Commissioner. So likewise I have gathered some experience in the urban planning also. So I think as the time passes there are speakers who can have a better conversation and who can share better insights on this climate change and risk, risk management also. But otherwise, I think as far as my knowledge goes, I think at especially planners are the key persons in managing the climate change and in reducing the risk arising out of the climate change. And I think at macro level, all the planners you are dealing with the master plans. At the middle level, I think mostly you are dealing with the zonal plans, and of course at the micro level, you are also handling the layout plans also. So my suggestion to all the planners is, I think we should look at some countries like Singapore, and of course some developed countries, especially in Europe also. I think they have a very good foresight and they have identified the future risk, and they are trying to balance the risk by including the policy changes in the current and also the future plans for their countries. So if you look at Singapore, for example, I think if you look at the buildings in the Singapore, especially the latest buildings, most of them they are going for the green buildings. So I think like vertical gardens will be there in the multi-story buildings also. That is one way of, I think, managing the local microclimate. Similarly, if I think all such actions will certainly lead to a major impact in the entire microclimate also. So probably I think we should now start focusing on the green roofs, the water harvesting systems. I think DTCP was also talking about the drainage plans and the patterns also. Similarly, I think maybe I don't know if the government accepts. Now we have a system of 10% open space for every acre of I think planning also. I think I don't know if I say something whether some of the real estate people accept. Now I think now it's time to increase the 10% open space to 20%. Probably the rates may rise. It have again the impact on the buyers, because the realtors, if they lose more land, naturally the cost of infrastructure grows and burden on them also grows. Naturally, they will shift that burden again to the consumers. But I think it is inevitable. If we don't insist on the 20% open space in the future, at least, not now immediately, maybe after 2025, I think there is no way to reduce the carbon footprint. I think maybe DTCP and Mr. Ramudu and all the important planners here may properly give advice to the, for the upcoming policies, for the new, MUD policies also. I think we have to see how practical it is, but I think that is the way ahead, I believe. Similarly, for all the buildings also which we are now constructing, whether it is a single, it's a single roof building or the multi-story buildings also, we should ensure that all the buildings hold the green systems, some kind of greenery in every way, in every place. So I think hopefully, we need to look towards the green homes in future. That is one way of handling the climate change. That is at the individual level, which I am talking about is. At the government level or at the level of the district administration, of course, there are several initiatives which are already taken up and much more needs to be taken up so that I think, for example, transportation is one area, then burning of fossil fuels is as another area, then of course the EV vehicles and all these things, I think probably would try to mitigate the climate change which we are facing today. And I think hopefully for the planners, I think this session will really help them to gain good knowledge and try to implement in their practical job also. So I thanks again for giving me this opportunity, and I again congratulate all of you for participating in this seminar. Thank you so much.
Sir, we really thank you for taking your time from your busy schedule. Now, I would request Shri V. Ramudu Garu, the Chairman, APRC ITPI, to kindly give vote of thanks for this session.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed dignitaries and distinguished delegates, good morning to all of you. It is with great pleasure and gratitude that I stand before you today, representing the Andhra Pradesh Regional Chapter of Institute of Town Planners, India. On behalf of the entire ITPI team, AP Regional Chapter, I extend a warm welcome to each one of you to this significant event focusing on climate change and disaster risk management. We are gathered here to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time. As we navigate through discussions, insights, and shared experiences during this seminar, we hope to foster a greater understanding of these issues and work collectively towards sustainable solutions. I would like to express our sincere thanks to our Chief Guest, Dr. A. Mallikarjuna, IAS, Collector and District Magistrate of Visakhapatnam, for taking the time out of his busy schedule to be here with us today, whose presence and valuable insights have added immense value to this event because of his experience in planning. So he worked as Additional Commissioner Planning, he involved in master plan preparation of Amravati and also implementation, and also presently working as VMRDA Commissioner. So I'm very thankful to you, sir, for presenting here. I would also like to extend my thanks to our guest of honor, Srimati R.J. Vidyulata, Director, Town and Country Planning, Andhra Pradesh, for gracing the occasion and sharing her experiences and insights. I would like to express my gratitude to my friend Ramesh, who is always with me for personal discussions and inputs. We always share our experiences together. So I am very thankful to you, sir, for presenting and also for making today's presentation as speaker. Thank you. I would like to express my gratitude to Sri Pradeep Kapoor, Secretary General, ITPI, for his presence and valuable insights. I would also like to express our deep gratitude to our beloved Professor Dr. D.S. Meshram, sir, President, Institute of Town Planners, India. We call him as Father of Indian Town Planning in our planning fraternity. So, he was president for 18 times. At this age also, actually he is example for all of us. At the age of 84, still he is very active in professional front and giving guidance to Government of India and various other departments also. So, thank you, sir, for gracing the occasion and delivering an enlightening address. I would also like to thank all delegates present here for gracing this occasion. I would also like to acknowledge the efforts of staff of VMRDA and GVMC who have dedicated their time and energy to make this event possible. So, as we embark on this enlightening journey of knowledge sharing and collaboration by bringing together experts, scholars, and practitioners from various domains, we aim to create a platform for meaningful discussions and exchange of ideas that will shape our approach to climate change and disaster risk management. We can make use of this opportunity to learn, network, and chart a path towards a more resilient and sustainable future. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much. So before we could break for tea, I would request all the dignitaries on the dais to please join for a group photograph on the stage. So I'm happy. Smile, please. Smile. Or you'll say cheese. Thank you. To have some tea and come back, rejuvenate yourselves. So 10-15 minutes should be okay? Yes, no? Request all the guests to please come inside. Can we kindly request all the guests to please take your seats? The session is about to start. తీసారా మంచి Request everyone to take your seats. Please. Hello. Can we request all the guests to please take your seats? The session is about to start. The early we start, the early we can disperse for lunch. Request everyone to please come inside. Introduction కింద నుంచి
అవసరం లేదమ్మా, నాట్ నెసర్లీ. I don't think any introduction, no, because already you have given.
About the session, Odda?
We can start the session.
Yeah. So, are we good to start the session? Technical session 1 on climate change and disaster risk management. The chair for the first session is Professor Dr. D.S. Meshram, the President ITPI, and we have our guest speakers for the first session today. Professor Dr. Ramesh Srikonda, Director, School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada.
That's enough, madam. Already you have spoken.
No, I'm just telling who are the members or the speakers. And Dr. K. Venkateshwar Rao Garu, Professor, Managing Trustee cum Secretary from Nature Green Tech Sai Foundation, Visakhapatnam. And then we have Shri A.K. Jain, who would be joining us virtually, who is also the former Commissioner of Planning, Delhi Development of Authority, New Delhi. Over to Ramesh Garu.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Welcome to all. Here, it's the first session on climate change and disaster risk management and adaptations in the urban planning. This is one of the interesting and toughest topic. I wish that I should not really create any kind of a boring to you, but I tried my level best to bring you certain very important aspects related to the climate change. The climate change adoption, if you look at it in urban planning, is one of the most pertinent topic for planners. Often it dwells with all kind of important aspects related to it. In the age of rapid urbanization and climate change related events, building a climate adoption and making resilient city becomes inevitable. Therefore, understanding the concepts, approaches, technicalities of the climate adoption and resilient cities are some of the key words that I will be taking you through this presentation. Just you look at it, the kind of contents broadly we wanted to cover. I'll be taking through these topics of climate change adoption in urban planning in the following ways. Like, firstly, let us understand how urban areas are vulnerable to these impacts of the climate change and natural disasters. Secondly, let us understand what are all the adoption strategies we have for cities. Thirdly, let us understand how are the different scales in which climate-related adoption studies are carried. There are important items like what we can able to see, the experience of SPAV, like building that is nothing but resilience cities, like what we can able to do it. Broadly, we were going to talk more about the policy-related aspects. And then, why urban areas are susceptible to climate change? First, let us understand how urban areas are vulnerable to the impacts of the climate change and natural disasters, with a particular focus on climate-related disasters. And then when you see this one broadly, what we will be in a position to understand, in the recent years, we have become increasingly aware of the huge risk that climate change poses to our cities. Climate change is likely to bring higher temperatures and sea level rises, more intensive rainstorms, droughts, and even heat waves. Furthermore, we are witnessing how natural disasters have cost the lives and destroyed urban spaces and community around the world, particularly in India. So why urban areas are susceptible, that is related to the population density, if you look at it, are particularly vulnerable to the impacts of the climate change and disasters due to the contributions of the number of factors, which I will be discussing one after another today. One is particularly related to the density. Urban areas are densely populated, which means that large number of population and assets are concentrated in relatively small areas. This density increases the potential for impacts to the effect of significant number of individuals and the properties. leading to the higher exposure to the risk. That is the one major area where we can able to see out of 10 important parameters what I just mentioned it, that is related to one is specifically related to the density. Then comes to the infrastructure with the built environment. Urban areas have intensive infrastructure including buildings, roads, bridges, utilities and transportation systems. This infrastructure is often not designed to withstand extreme weather events for climate related stresses what generally we are facing it nowadays. Aging infrastructure may be particularly vulnerable and retrofitting or replacing it can be costly and time consuming. This one what we can able to see like aging infrastructure means the infrastructure which has continuously we are keep using it when this kind of a risk probably may not be in a position to sustain, may not be in a position to support such kind of a risks what we generally face. The third one most important thing is limited green space. This is the one what we see in the urbanization generally often leads to the reduction of the natural green spaces like parks, forests. These green spaces play a crucial role in absorbing excess water during the heavy rainfalls and providing the natural buffer against certain climate impacts such as urban heat islands. These are the green spaces is going to play very big role in this. So in when you talk about urban areas are susceptible means the third important part which we really focus it that is going to be the green spaces. Then broadly when you talk about the impervious surfaces, urban areas have a high proportion of impervious surfaces like concrete and asphalt roads which prevent rainwater from being absorbed into the ground. That is the one almost it comes like a paved areas. This can lead to flooding due to heavy rainstorms as water has nowhere to go. So this is the what really we are keep facing in all over the cities. Whenever the monsoons are coming means we have to think about it, the paved and non-paved areas, absorption coefficient, runoff speeds, the way it has been taken. If it is really not being designed to that extent of it is going to take the runoff depending upon the rainfall intensities of during the month and of a particular day, it becomes one of the important area which we have to think about it in what way the impervious surfaces we have designed and we have proposed and we have integrated in our master plans. So, proximity to water bodies. Many urban areas are located near coastlines, rivers, and other bodies of the water. This proximity makes them susceptible to sea level rise. Another one is storm surges and the flooding caused by heavy rainfall and overflowing water bodies. Though heat island effect, this is a sixth important item which generally we have to see it. That is urban heat islands are areas where within the cities that experience significantly the high temperature than surrounding rural areas due to the concentration of the buildings. There's a concrete structures like what we see and vehicles and human activities. This is how all items and the less vegetation cover whatever we see. All these things are integratively it is going to contribute to the heat island effect. So the acceptable the health and risk associated with these heat waves, which one of the things we have to address it in the climate change and adaptive strategies, whatever we integrate it with in our master plans. So economic activities, generally you see urban areas often serves as economic hubs, housing business, industries, and critical infrastructure. And disruptions caused by the climate change impact, such as flooding, storms, and power outages, can have a significant economic repercussions. And eighth point, what we generally focus is that urban areas have a diverse population with varying levels of social and economical vulnerability, and low-income communities, elderly individuals, and marginalized groups may have limited resources to prepare for and recover from disasters. So connectivity, that is related to the global connectivity, one of the important items out of 10 what we are keep just defining and addressing it now. That is urban areas of interconnected with the global supply chain, making them susceptible to disruptions caused by extreme weather events or disasters in the other regions also. So finally, lack of green infrastructure, it comes like such as what we can think of, that vegetated roofs, permeable pavements and urban forests, and can mitigate the impacts of the climate change by absorbing water, reducing the heat and improving the air quality. However, many urban areas lack sufficient green infrastructure. These are the things generally we look at it. Given these vulnerabilities, it's crucial for urban planners and policymakers and communities to adopt climate resilient strategies in urban development and disaster preparedness. This includes implementing the sustainable infrastructure, enhancing the disaster risk reductions, and fostering the community engagement and integrating the climate adoption into the urban planning process. So, question that needs to be addressed here: how resilient are contemporary cities and communities? Are they ready to face multiplicity of the challenges? Are they ready to face uncertainties in the future? What should cities and urban communities do at this present level? What should cities and urban communities do to move from vulnerable to more resilient state of affairs, which we have to take into the consideration and get it integrated, and integrated master plan related to climate change and adaptive strategies and policies and approaches. So climate adaptation and resilience can be integrated within the urban planning through a combination of strategies and approaches that aim to make cities better prepared for the challenges posed by the climate change and disasters. How climate adaptation and resilience can be brought into the urban planning. So, climate adaptation and resilience can be integrated in an urban planning through a combination of strategies and approaches that aim to make cities better prepared for the challenges posed by the climate changes. Here's how climate adaptation resilience can be brought into urban planning. That's one of the challenge. In what way? There are 4 important areas where we can able to make it. That is, 1, risk assessment data collection begins with the conducting the comprehensive assessment of the specific climate related risk that your city faces. And this involves analyzing the data on historical climate patterns, vulnerability of infrastructure, and potential impacts of assessments, serving the foundation for informed decision making. And then when it comes to the land use and the zoning parameters, this is one important area where we have to get it integrated with the entire thing, like kind of spaces where it is susceptible for this kind of a like heat island effect. And another part what we have discussed about less green cover, and then water related aspects and the low lying areas, and even including the micro zoning, what generally we do it for the earthquake. All items we have to be really to get it integrated in this one. And green infrastructure specifically, that you know it very well, in what way that urban forestry can be, and then patch connectivity, and the tot lots, even the per person, how much green space to be given, how the green space to be integrated at a community level, at a broader level, at a city level, and different levels, all items we have to look into it. These are the areas. And resilient infrastructure design. Infrastructure generally social and physical. Physical infrastructure plays a very big role in that one, how these things to be get integrated and distributed geographically to serve the population what has been distributed in various planning zones with a density gradient analysis. So the 5th is urban heat island effect. That mitigations generally we look at it is a strategies to counter the urban heat island effects. That's one important. That is increasing vegetation cover and creating the shaded areas and using absorptive and reflective depending upon the places where we have to use it. Sometimes if you go for the reflective items, it may again add it to the weather conditions and the climatic conditions. It will come back and again in the overall heat island effect it is going to do it. But it has to be observed in such a way that so that once it reaches to the other side of it, it has to come, the heat penetration effect has to reach to the, leads to the zero. That is how we have to make. And flood management and drainages, then this particular area is one of the important area, like to develop and implement effective drainage system that can handle heavy rainfall and prevent flooding. Considering using the natural solutions like constructed wetlands, protecting of swells, and as well as the retention ponds, and then working out the total intensity of the rainfall is going to there and runoff when it starts on the basis of the paved and non-paved areas, and absorption coefficients of the different surfaces, and where it leads to how you drain the things. After draining it, whether you can store and reuse it, and all other items also. Sometimes it may even it can able to support the potable water supply by little simple filtration of the rainwater, and it can be made use of it. Then it is a double way of integrating the things. One, you using the rainwater, harvesting specifically potable, and another idea is what in way you can able to do it at a micro level, at a unit, at a plot level, and meso level that you think of about a neighborhood level, and macro level at a city level. All other levels, these items to be made on the basis of the terrain modeling. Terrain modeling in the GIS we can able to do. Once this kind of a flooding is happening, then you may be in a position to work out through the terrain modeling, specifically even integrating with the machine, ML integrated terrain modeling, if you can able to do what areas are going to get flooded first. Thereafter, when the rainfall intensity increases by 2 mm per hour to 4 mm per hour or 6 mm per hour, like that, if you can able to see what areas after reaching to certain saturation, the runoff starts. With that runoff, if there is all the low-lying and upper lands, how it is going to be flooded, it can able to work out very easily with the modeling. This kind of a modeling will be very much helpful to us in what way the floods, what sometimes even cloud burst, even the certain drainage system is not designed for particular mm of the water, but still you can able to work out in what way these things can be addressed. So capacity building and training, that really one of the important area, provides training and capacity building programs for urban planners, engineers and local officers to enhance their understanding of the climate resilience and adaptation strategies. And another one is climate informed policies. It has to be developed specifically. They develop the policies that promote sustainable development and incentivize the climate resilient practices. This could involve specifically offering tax incentives for the green buildings practices, or requiring the new development incorporating the climate adapting measures in a neighborhood level, even at a unit level. In otherwise also you can think of at a macro levels. So by integrating these adaptive strategies into urban planning process, cities can enhance their resilience to climate change and disasters, creating safer, healthier, and more sustainable developments for their residents. So now climate adaptation approaches, what are all those? One is having understood about the concepts of the key definitions, what has been mentioned earlier, that's all 10 items. Then next one comes to us, let us know and understand how climate adaptation can explore from the built environment perspective. Climate adaptation and resilience approaches to built environment can be explored in 3 ways. That is, one is a macro level at a city level. Another one is a meso, that is a neighborhood level. Third one is the micro level, that is a building and a unit level approach. That's what broadly we have to discuss. So what you can see here, that you see climate adaptation resilience to the built environment are researched by dissecting the city by city blocks into fractals, that is built environment in a broken down as building, lot, block, or city and the region for scientific explorations. As such, level of exhibits, whatever we are going to, we are showing it here, that distinctly play a big role and physical characteristics and metabolic process of entire thing. So the meso level and micro level put together and going back to macro level items which we can able to model it. Any city can be modeled. That's what just I told you one example about how we can able to model a city in terms of the flooding. That is a terrain modeling with a ML. machine learning integrated process, if you can able to do, what you can see, what places upper lands out, how the lower lands, low-lying areas, and what way it is going to get flooded. And then after increasing the kind of a intensity of the rainfall, stage by stage, you will be in a position to see how it is going to create a problem to a city. Such areas can be addressed. Those areas can really look into it in what way we can able to make a better planning approach for identifying the better or appropriate land uses and mitigation measures in case at the time, during, and even a post. All three different areas, pre-planning techniques which we can able to make it, during the things which really it fails the kind of a planning process what we have done it, that is more than the kind of a safe levels what we have kept it. If it is increases that like a cloud burst, nobody plans for the cloud burst. So in case if it happens in how it has to be addressed, all items also we can able to get it integrated, the kind of a risk management strategies we have to have. So you can see like here, one broadly we are telling it to the urban microclimate is predominantly affected by the highly heterogeneous nature of the urban environment. You can see the cross section, the high density areas, low density areas, urban fringe areas, and then country like village, like outskirts of the entire city, outside the boundary of the municipal or any city boundary where it doesn't have that much of impact. So such places, when you talk about the climate change and the heat island effect, and then boundary layers and the canopy layers, all items we have to see very critically. The distinction of atmosphere layers have been a guiding principle for the fundamental in urban climatic research. To fully understand these issues, climate impact on cities, the scale factor, the density to the lower density on the out fringe areas and to the other side of the fringe area. All areas we should be in a position to have a proper understanding and creating a model. That model can really guide us to bring a proper management and risk management plan. So there are certain, this particular chart talks about the way the urban units, starting from the facets, elements, canopy, block, neighborhood, and the city and the urban region. This one vertical scale you can able to see how these things can be fractals, how you can able to divide and think in such a way that in a pragmatic way, pragmatic approach, each and every item can have its own weightage, its own role to play. Such a role we can see that built features at a unit level, maybe roof, wall, and road. At a macro level, city plus and surrounding areas. And if you see that kind of a scale which we can able to give it to us, a street canopy and city blocks and city centers and built up areas as well as city plus surrounding areas. The green cover features which talks leaf area and to the overall understanding about the patch connectivity of the entire city where the kind of a environment what we can able to generate, the susceptible things which we can able to address it here. The phenomena also like urban phenomena, then climate, and what scale it can be done, in what are all the planning units we can able to make it, at what level these things to be binded together and get it integrated. These things easily we can able to work out. The study of the built environment can be explored from the building envelope to the urban region as shown specifically in this particular table. Further, the different elements that are critically researched and studied are highlighted in this particular table. Then examples of all these things, how these things can be integrated at a macro to meso to and the micro levels. So similarly, the impact of the climate variable on neighborhood scale is also being extensively researched. At a local and neighborhood scale, as urban scale parameters are studied in depth. Finally, what has been brought here, you can see specifically the kind of a layers of a canopy layer and a broad layers that radiative parameters, that is albedo and emissivity, thermal parameters, high heat capacity and massive heat storage, evaporation and moisture parameters and sealing of the evaporation surfaces and increases surface runoff and evaporation related items. And further climatic adaptation parameters at the neighborhood scale are studied using the built environment parameters. Some of these commonly studied neighborhood scale parameters are listed in that particular scale. So if you see the sky view factor, aspect ratio, and then building footprint related items, and pervious and impervious surface fractions, height of roughness and terrain roughness. These are the ways, like, these are the items which has got its own weightages where we can able to look into it to run a model and to get appropriate results. So there are similarly the city scale, if you see, neighborhood scale, whatever we are keep talking, in city scale, the dynamics and energy balance at urban scale are studied at a neighborhood level. Sufficiently, the heat energy balance is urban fabric. The impact of the green and blue patches on the green energy balance has to be studied appropriately, quantitative and qualitative approaches, and neighborhood scale as shown. Here you can able to see in what way different type of energy balance equations, even including the surface air temperatures and to the air temperatures, how the heat island effect at a neighborhood level it is in a position to bring it, and then heat island effect also you are in a position to face it. That is the one which it is going to create a kind of a greenhouse gases. So there are so many things are getting contributed for such kind of a thing. So in what way? First, unless otherwise you are not understanding about the unit level considerations, it's not so easy to really address the problems. So unit level, planning unit level, you have to really think of with a particular strategy, and the unit also to be defined, and a strategy has to be worked out in what way it has to be done. Then you can able to really address the problems. There are different textures, like if you see, the LCs of land covers of different nature. That is an open land cover, and other one, if you can able to see, the large low-rise land cover, and openness land cover, and open low-rise land cover, and getting integrated with what? It is going to get impact low-rise, and standard low-rise, and barren type. These are the built forms which you can able to see how it's going to come on different layers of the work, what we generally look at it. Then finally, what we are going to get, these fabrics are classified into different local climatic zones, classes and subclasses that are quantifiable and it can be investigated. The appropriate combinations of a built and land cover of what? One is the density point of it as a big item, and another one is a neighborhood level we can able to see, integrating with the urban climate knowledge with the city planning. So similar to the urban and neighborhood scale, micro or building scale approach to the climate adoption, the resilience have been explored to the greater detail, primarily focusing on energy consumption and comfort conditions in a indoor environment. Further, building energy consumption is also affected by the urban form, urban planning, and occupants' density and users' behavior, green cover and presence of the water bodies, etc. These are the items which generally we see it. These items also at a micro level we have to consider. So, mitigation and adaptation measures. This is the one what we see is both at urban planning scale and building scale shall be highlighted so that the mitigation and adoption measures can see. There are many urban islands what we can see that. So first is a greening measures, urban infrastructure related measures, stormwater management and soil permeability measure, and anthropogenic heat reduction measures. Then greening measures, if you see, that is at a building scale level, if you wanted to look at it, specifically energy consumption is a vital component of the global energy mandate. The major part of the building energy is consumed in providing thermal comfort to the occupants. These kind of a passive cooling techniques can be promising alternative to satisfy the cooling requirements of the building as well as the reduction of the building energy consumption. These are the Another part what you see is there's a item which generally broadly is covering that is passive design strategies contributes in improving the interior comfort conditions, increasing the energy efficiency in buildings and reducing their energy consumption. Some of the most commonly used strategies at a unit level, and we have to take it to the neighborhood level and neighborhood level to the city level, so that we will be in a position to understand how extent it is going to create an impact of that. Urban green strategies, paved and non-paved surface treatments, urban infrastructure related items, high albedo pavements, use of cool materials, and low impact developments, urban morphological interventions also we can able to see it, urban level mitigations. If you see that, that's the greening and urban infrastructure and reducing the anthropogenic heat. All three important items are very much essentially we have to look into it for urban planning and development. So broadly, if you see further how it is going to get divided into that one, there are certain things like what are all the areas these things can able to really make some difference in a planning point of view has been shown in this particular diagram. Then one of the experience what we are having in this section just is SPA Vijayawada is see in understanding the climate resilient habitat cities and management of natural disasters in cities broadly highlighted in this particular Birukam project. This project, what we have done it for specifically for this is a EU project, European Union project. We have done and we have completed in collaboration with the Netherlands. What broadly it is also going to speak is this is a kind of a research work what we have done, emerging urban resilience across the globe in India. More such studies really what is required so that we will be in a position to give appropriate solutions. Building resilient urban communities. That's what Birukam means, building resilient urban communities. The aim is to fulfilling the theoretical and practical gap and answers the certain critical questions related to climate change and its adoption in urban planning. This is one project we have done it with the European Union project. The main focus is that how these kind of things can fill the theoretical and practical gap. So this one case study what we have done, that is at Rajarajeshwari Peta in Vijayawada. Thermal environment in a thermal scale are often generally what we have seen, it has been neglected in the planning and designing of low income housing programs. This case study was focused more on understanding and mapping and drawing the planning and design guidelines for assessing and improving the thermal conditions of a low income habitable housing settlement in Vijayawada city. So there are several times we went there and what way the temperature got increased, what are all the items what we have considered in the kind of a slum development and environment where they are living and the materials what they are using, the setting of that particular slum, how it has come up, in what way this is going to generate the more heat in that area has been studied very critically. So the qualitative study has also carried out in case where to understand how heat perceived. When is it perceived as a burden? And what remedies are applied to reduce these kind of climate related aspects, what it has been generated more heat in that area? How do the building contribute to reduce the negative impact of heat? All items have been studied in this area. Finally, what we did was, overall what we understood is it is almost having the 5 degrees Celsius, and then we could able to see in what way this has really created a problem to us. So if you see this mapping of the GIS based mapping, NDVI, NDWI, and all these things of normalized vegetation index and normalized building index, normalized water index, all these things we have worked out one of the case studies that is at Bangalore. Then what are all the ways we have studied, in why we have studied means how the heat, the Bangalore is temperature is getting heated What is the exact the reasons? What exactly the variations they can able to see, especially in the how the green cover is getting reduced decade by decade or year by year. So these are the studies we have made it, and we understood the importance of the green cover, urban forestry, open spaces, in all items which really contributed the heat island effect and rise of temperature. Of course, that also in global warming, that all other items also got it integrated to it. So this one case study we have made, and we understood about the Bangalore. Similarly, another case study what we have made, it is a Himachal Pradesh, especially in the Kulu area. Type of environment here, adoption of the built form, how the traditional wisdom and vernacular approach can really bring the total setting of a town or village can able to really work. Understanding about the climate, what type of things they have adopted to make the buildings are more effective or the settlement to have a better environment. These are the things which we have studied in Himalayas, that is at especially in Kulu, Manali areas. What we understood finally is that traditional settlements have developed over the centuries in an organic spatial patterns with certain inherent factors that deals with the externalities like disasters and natural calamities. They have faced and they have seen and experienced, and with the trial and error, finally they came out to some solution which will be more suitable, more appropriate for particular. Certain times these kind of a traditional wisdom, understanding what exactly happened earlier, understanding what type of structures, what they are really living, and what type of surroundings they are making it. That is also one kind of an insight we can give it to us to understand the way we can able to mitigate, the way we can able to bring the planning interventions into the total disaster management and risk management. So another study, which is just it is related to the Vijayawada, whatever we have made, that is a planning trajectories for the disaster mitigation and preparedness in coastal and seismic. That specifically Vijayawada has been taken, it's almost 60-65 kilometers away from the sea. And then if you see that floodable areas, then say floods generally happens because of one way rains, and otherwise the earlier days it is because of River Krishna, and there is one kind of a canal also, you can see Budameru. Portion of that one where the floodable areas also we have marked, and say that if you see what are the areas and objectives we normally will have, this broadly can be seen in what way the planning attributes and determinants like which we can able to take into the consideration to work out the mitigation plan or planning trajectories to work out a better environment without having much of a problem related to the floods in Vijayawada. So you can see the physical planning, that flooding mitigation framework, that specifically to develop a process to reduce the risk vulnerability and to reduce the damages whenever is kind of a things happens of that nature. And third one is the preparedness of the mitigation oriented planning framework to evolve development control rules, like certain times development control rules and building bylaws, both the things have to go hand in hand. Especially the places, and if you really work out a very critical way of the critical thinking, planning, critical planning thinking is very much essential to integrate both the things to make the cities more appropriate, more suitable for any kind of a resilience of particularly it has to develop its own way, like to stand by its own in a sustainable way. So there are different types. What we can see, the floods also we have seen it. That one is the coastal floods and estuarine floods, floods caused by the, that's not like dam failures or nothing nowadays, we should not think of it. And then urban floods, because not addressing the things properly, not working out the capacities of the rainwater and how the runoffs and other things will take place, and what are the soil and micro zoning generally we take into the consideration, type of a densities of the things which we have proposed in different zones, that is through the density gradient analysis, what we make in support of the infrastructure, social infrastructure, what we propose in different areas, geographically how fast they can reduce the number of trips, like trip length and trip distances and trip time and other things also we have to work out, traffic and transportation related items, all items also one way we have seen it in this. Finally, what we did was there are direct and indirect factors what we have seen in urban floods. That is a climate point of view. Urbanization and means that is unorganized development. That's what also we have considered it. And built from encroachments, not really even using the facilities what has been provided in a proper way. There are so many other ways, just flow diagram has been shown here. Then, and like finally what we have done is, we have just brought down certain important items what has been seen here. That is areas where encroachments and canal bunds, water channels not getting it, and there are so many, not one problem. You can have the checklist, even not particularly harvesting, rainwater harvesting, it is there on papers where people will show it to you, and after some time that becomes a rock. They may not be in a position to do any kind of a harvesting process to the harvesting pits, whatever we propose. Certainly, even the setbacks also, it is such a way that most of the setbacks you can see in a place like Vijayawada, they are paved setbacks. Unpaved setbacks are very less, are impervious or pervious setbacks also you can able to see. So many things we have identified. These are the causes for the runoff, and at the same time, these kind of a flooding in different areas. So, of course, there are what are all the other areas and other areas affected, all the things also we did the mapping. So these are the different canals and other spots which we can see kind of a flooding can happen. There's a flood zones also we have marked in this one, so that we can able to address it in a very systematic and more scientific way. So the places whatever we have seen, areas prone to storm surges and inundation due to the seasonal floods and as well as the cyclone floods. So this is another one is the wind speed at the time of a cyclonic. That time, what type, once the wind speed is going to 80 kilometers per hour, what is type of a structures we supposed to permit, and what type of a strength the building supposed to have, and roofing systems, how it has to be done. Other than that, in what way? Because built form as well as the climate, and again, there is a preventive mechanism. We cannot do certain times these climate. Cyclones and all. Once it is so, what we can do it from our side as a planners also been addressed. And finally, like these kind of basins of items where the flood plains are getting disappeared, and flood zones also to be worked out properly, and marshy lands have to be protected. And then there is a channelization of the overflooding, understanding about the low-lying and other uplands also. Then the channels from low-lying to low-lying, and again where to get it is going to be get mixed. I mean, after reaching to the certain saturation point. These are the items specifically being addressed. In what way it has been calculated for ward-wise also we have made it. Then assessment of runoff calculations, that's what I am telling you. And different layers. One particular pocket what we have seen, that is the industrial area. One is the built form, road pattern, slopes, and the speed and rainfall intensity. One planning unit like industrial area of Vijayawada has been considered and taken it because it is really taking away so much of materials which it is being thrown out in the industrial area outside the industry, got rusted. Once it rains, once the monsoons and any rain flooding are also happening, and it takes the entire surface layers of the like metallic or any other material what they have thrown and kept at other than their own property, that is collecting all kind of pollutants, and it is carrying in a runoff and creating a very big problem, and is spoiling the topsoil also. There are not one, there are different type of things what we have seen. Once the pollutants are getting mixed with the runoff, that pollutants even spoiling the topsoil, and it is also another kind of a disaster. It never allows any vegetation to grow. So there are layers of layers what we have studied. One is the built form and road pattern, slopes, and even in addition to the land uses, and kind of a places where they have got discharge points, and where entire water, that flood water is going to get joining, from where how it is getting drained. All items once we have seen it, finally what we have done is these things to be addressed very critically, especially that open spaces and paved areas, unpaved areas and open spaces, and the areas where really they have got the built up sheds and or any other storage units and other things. So then there's a delineation of the disaster prone planning units. That's first thing in the where which area has got more susceptible to particular kind of a flow lying and a kind of a problems. Those items also we have to work out. After working out, then assessment we have to be doing. We have to really carry out for working out the runoffs about specifically those areas. What we have seen that hill slopes. Even hill slopes, there is a kind of a slide, like, for instance, if there is a intensive rainwater, if there is not much of a vegetation, there is a fall of rocks. Sometimes it may bounce, it may slide, it may fall. There are three different categories of the things what we experience. Fall, bounce, or roll. All items also, depending upon its slope of the hill, we can able to work out what exactly the appropriate setback we have to keep it, not to damage those kind of a slides. Slide maybe it is just sometimes depending upon the slope, the slide can be a fall, it may be a roll, it may be a bounce. These are the items also we can able to work out so that appropriately you can keep the distance from there, you can able to really put the proper land use, what exactly it is required. These are the items also, of course, in Vijayawada the case is different. Entire half of the hills, most of the hill slopes are occupied or encroached, though it has been declared dangerous, but still we can able to see. If it is not there, but still if the slides are going to happen due to the rain or due to any other, this is another kind of a disaster what we see. For that time, what type of a land use, what type of a planning we have to do it around our foothills we have to work out. So there are different type of simulation models. In the next session, I think even our one of the Dean Ayan Tarafdar may talk about how we can able to use the softwares for really, especially related to the climate change. That is GIS based and then that machine learning based items. And also different type of softwares and programs and models we will be discussing in that. Here what generally I say about the images of the Landsat, if you can able to take it, we can work out NDWI, NDBI, NDVI. And GIS terrain modeling is really helpful for especially for the floods. Risk assessment models also we are having. And then we have to have a proper planning framework for flood mitigation strategies. And then finally what we have to do is we have to work out appropriate development control rules. Area specific development control rules only workable for such kind of a places. Wherever you see the places susceptible or prone to disasters and prone to the problems of the flooding, or micro zoning, generally we will do it for the earthquakes, or any other zoning patterns if you are really working out, depending upon the nature of the problem of particular area specific building bylaws also may be helpful to us to work out that especially that development control rules. So of course we will be seeing kind of a NDVI, how we have worked out that vegetation index. It is even in Vijayawada you can able to see the index, vegetation index is decade by decade it is coming down. Similarly, water index also not been really not been to the extent which we can able to say it is in order. We have to think about it. Other than the canals, there are so many ponds and swales and other things. At other side of the Bodamere, all the things are getting disappeared. So items of such nature, we have to protect it, and either you mark it as a green or you protect it. Otherwise, it is going to be a dense areas in coming future. So the way the building index tells about in what direction it is the entire growth pattern and growth trends we can able to say, so that we can able to have a proper understanding. Because of these trends, we can able to really work out the proper areas for planning. Of course, that land use and land cover and land, that's another one what we can able to see. And LULC ke alawa what we have really worked out is the surface temperature, LST. LST is getting increased, that in what way that LST, land surface temperature, can be reduced so that that heat island effect may not be there in certain zones where it has got a more paved as compared to the other areas at the outskirts. And then finally, what I wanted to, in case of any disaster, there are important items which we have to see. There should be a mock-up drills for any and equipment storage nodes. For instance, if any earthquake or any, it's not like particularly to Vijayawada, I'm talking about even earthquake also specifically, and even floods what we are talking about it. In what way the kind of a mock-up drills to really protect the lives and the properties, how it has to be done. Open spaces and parks, where we have to put it in a proper way, where people are accessible. And third and most important thing is healthcare facilities. These are the educational and other institutions. At times, if it is required, then those things can be used, and it should be geographically accessible to the residential pocket. So the rehabilitation and the shifting of the people, and then making, these are the post-disaster items which we have to see. These are the places like education institutions and healthcare facilities and open spaces and equipment storage for working out the proper mitigations, especially even immediate to the disaster. These are the important items, how these things should be distributed. This is also we have just shown in Vijayawada mapping. When we come to the conclusion, there is a strong linkage between the Sustainable Development Goal of 11 on building sustainable cities and communities with adoption and urban resilience, particularly focusing on climate. Therefore, it is clearly evident from the various research studies performed towards the climate resilient habitable cities, indicating interventions of ours and the requirements. These items, whatever we have spoken, has to be integrated. Multidisciplinary research aspects are required. There are so many other persons also involving to give appropriate solutions to this kind of a climate change and adoptions and integrated master plan, where there are so many other disciplines also we have to think of to give a appropriate and suitable planning to the coming future. The achieving the climate resilient habitable cities, this is a one important item we have to, it is a multidisciplinary approach. You have to take information from various people, like starting from the solid waste management and infrastructure management and risk related management and eviction, where to evict and where to put, and how we have to make the operations, how we have to make the entire risk management at the time of a disaster. These are the other items also plays a very big role. These items we have to see it critically. The deliberate attempts specifically made across the globe and India in particularly for the resilience, especially for adoption and urban resilience. Therefore, the resilience for whom first, what, where, when, why, need to be carefully considered at every decision impacting the community and the city planning. So, we have to think very critically the key issues on why urban areas are susceptible to the climate change. How to plan the city for climate adoption and resilience. And then these are one of the important areas just I brought to your notice, the way what we have done in our school also, especially for our SPAV's experience, that building, how the kind of a thought process can be given to a cities to adopt climate responsive planning strategies. That is what we have made it the best. This is what I just given a 20 minutes time. I have taken more than that, but still it's okay, I think. Then any questions if you are having, I will be in a position to answer. This is one of the important area, no doubt. We have to really work. It's a long way to go. That working out with the climate is not so easy. You will be seeing the fruits of your work, not immediately. It may take sometimes years, but still we have to see our cities have to really work better, and it should be sustainable, and you have to be very carefully, we have to plan our cities, understanding about the climate, understanding about the climate change, this change in what way we can able to really bring appropriate solutions to put our cities habitable. Thank you very much.
Any questions on the floor? All right, sir. Okay. Thank you so much, Ramesh, sir, for your insightful presentation and detailed lecture. And now I would like to call upon Dr. K. Venkateshwar Rao Garu, who has 30 plus years of experience in teaching. He is highly capable and motivated biotechnology professional with superior analytical and problem-solving skills. He possesses expertise in landscaping design and greening and beautification of areas, advanced innovative alternative techniques and horticulture. So over to Venkateshwar Rao Garu.
ట్వంటీ స్లైడ్స్ 20 minutes కంప్లీట్ చేస్తారు. అందరికి ఆకలి అవుతుంది కదా, మళ్ళీ చూడు పీపీటీనేనా పవర్ పాయింట్ ఇప్పుడు ఏది ఇది నెక్స్ట్. Brothers and sisters of IP family, not necessary. I did my MSc PhD in botany from Andhra University 1983. First appointment in Satsai University, I worked there as a biotechnology professor for 25 years. My experience with Bhagavan Satsai Baba Garu, I am the first executive member of the Satsai Water Supply Project, served pure drinking water to 833 villages. And I did postdoctoral research at Puttaparthi and then became High Court nominated member for fluoride Nalgonda district. So with the 25 years experience of field experience with under the direct administration of Bhagavan Satsai Baba Garu, again I a lot of experience regarding field work. Then later I became the first director of the Getam University in 2009. Then later KL University director, planning and etc. And finally last post in the Vijnana University as a project director of agriculture. So with my experience, I quickly, because that planning architect is a new subject to me, because of my friend Ramulu Garu, he brought me here. He is a link, Sai link in Puttaparthi. He 2 days before, he asked me, can you, so before lunch, I don't want to waste much time. I just, without repeating, I quickly go. 2 important points I want to mention as a teacher of the, in education system, in higher education system. One is, providing urban facilities in rural, PORA concept introduced by our Bharat Ratna Abdul Kalam Garu, providing urban in rural areas, that solves all the problems. It reverse migration starts. That is the summary given by our President of India. So that is one. Second is, a second concept always tell to the students is the individual matters. Individuals, it is called new sphere, the mind management. If everybody, individual mind management knows, and there are 2 types, somebody mentioned man-made and natural calamities. And technosphere is man-made and natural resource available is God-made, God created. And but individual in family system and social, in social sphere, the family is the unit in social sphere or society. I written a small thing, individual IPS, individual personality service, important for all to solve all the problems on this earth. Second is IFS, individual family service. Everybody has to take care of his family. Third is IAS. IAS means individual association for societal transformation. That is as a part, if you do your duty properly as a teacher, as a employee, that solves the problem. But every individual has to play 3 roles. For that, individual matters. I still feel individual is perfect, everything solved in this. So with this, I'll start some experience. I have started in 35 years. 6 centers of excellence in Central Jail, Visakhapatnam, with Aditya Bellaguru Tadipatri, and with the Government of India DPT funding, and with that experience, and as a professor and director of theoretical, practical, extension works I have done extensively. Based on that, I try to give the solutions, not giving the factors responsible for all these problems. Right. This is the work done, 25 years of work done by that IFGTB. You know, everybody knows it is in Coimbatore, and forest breeding and that forest genetics and tree breeding. That is excellent institute and done extensive work on Casuarina. And everybody, this is coastal. Today I am focusing only 2-3 items. Main is the coastal protection shelter belt. They have done excellent work and also carried experiment with this. And anybody want to collaborate and do the work on shelter belt or a coastal Casuarina plantation, the best institute is that. I collected all the data from there only, and I don't want to spend more time on that. This is the Casuarina, and second one is Casuarina equisetifolia, and also this is suitable in sandy areas and to prevent soil erosion, to prevent wind breaks, and also porosity, and Franke is the nitrogen fixing organism, and in this, and I have done work on second one, Casuarina jingoniana, that is the used for pulp industry, and lakhs of seedlings produced in Central Prison Visakhapatnam with the funding of Government of Department of Biotechnology, and in convict prisoners we used to pay 100 rupees per day and supplied lakhs of seedlings to ITC Bhadrachalam and also JK Paper Mills, Raigada. And this is another important, it is normally used for poles, and you get more money, and along with that, and equisetifolia were more branched, and this one also can be used, and it can be easily cloned. And the clone propagation done with the prisoners in Central Prison Visakhapatnam, it is a 3 years project I completed, and this is one of the important because to improve the livelihood of the local communities. And this hardened variety of the Casuarina one, Jingoniana, the colonial propagation centers, and the field trials has been conducted in Narsipatnam area and well established, and Srikakulam, Narsipatnam area. This is giving next, and some facts, important thing. India is the largest, I think, Casuarina growing 8 lakh hectares of plantation. Out of that 5 lakhs with Casuarina, coastal state, AP, Orissa, Tamil Nadu, unit they have done already. And interprovince and interspecific hybrids of Casuarina with the Jingoniana, and 3 field tests in Vidur and Sriharikota, etc. Evaluation done for yield, tree form, biomass, and pulping acts. This is the work done. I collected just I had done the review. And eco-restoration, everybody talking about eco-restoration services, it does, and with that international one, with the DBT, they already carried out in Andaman, and the second one is the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, they have done this one. Then consultants, these are the consultants list given already, you are aware of that. Hudud cyclone, 2014, all my polyols which are shown in Central Jail because of cyclone effect, and loss of 40 lakhs, all because of Hudud, and I am the main victim as individual, and because of loss, I again with my own money I again reconstructed in central prison. That is one Hudud affected. After that, there is a district for World Bank project given 4 years, I think for 4 years, 2019. What I want is everybody in India, there is a lot of research carried out by town planners and also field trials are conducted in isolation. What I want is anything which is calculated, take a model and out of that you can learn more problems there and where they failed. And I think most of the government funded projects, there are no proper monitoring. They're not, even I don't know what is happening there after spending 71 crores from World Bank, even though I am staying here. And this government of, you people should actually and get all the information, make a beautiful model, similar model by learning the by knowing the failures in each project. Next, green belt buffer zones. The important points is the livelihood, and I'll come to that. Source of income. This is the one I want to link it with this today's project. Organic farming I have done in central prison, and then biodiesel, neem, Jetrofa I have done with the government of India funding with the Aditya Birla Group, and also in Getam. And next, bamboo plantation, and I visited this Nagaland as advisor. And out of, we can integrate within urban, even take Vizag as a model. I will explain as a model. This is the one integrated article center established in central prison. What I want is, we have the urban development, we have the GMC, and number of places available in satellite towns also. Land is available. We have nursery areas available. What you can do is, and we have the number of these Raitu Badars, where the vegetables, rotten things are thrown. And you can make the vermicompost, make organic manure, and terrace garden is the, each get the terrace garden, you have the nurseries, you can make it, and you make a terrace garden. Each individual can get the organic foods, and we can make a standard model, which I have done, and you can do it in the Visakhapatnam. Let us start do something in Visakhapatnam city, like a model. And what I seen are 35 years, and so number of seminars and number of symposiums, I attended more than 40 international, national as expert. After that, they come in a proceedings form and they forget. What I want, can we make Visakhapatnam as a model? And I am ready to, I am now settled in Visakhapatnam. I think we can do something. And terrace garden, organic vegetables they can grow, and nurseries available, and land available, infrastructure available, I can help them. Okay, this is one. This is the one. And urban, this Pongami and Jetrofa in Araku Valley area, lot of seeds available. And neem cake, Pongamia cake, castor bean cake, they are very useful for the, as organic manure, as a, everybody has a biopesticide. Everybody talking about the biopesticides and bio fertilizers, and nobody doing that. And this was started in a big way. Everybody forgotten that. And in locally they are available, and we have the expeller, and you can make a crude oil, and refineries you can do it. Biodiesel we produce are supplied to the these people and fishermen families, and this one inaugurated by Honorable Chief Minister Rosai Garu. I was the first research director of Getam University Center for CRD Center, and 2009 inaugurated that one. Then after that, that Chairman NAC. Now why I am saying third one is we have the mobile biodiesel, this one B20 we used, and mixing 20 this one 80 diesel, and B20 we used for the to do the some experiments with the BTech students, mechanical engineering students. Why I am all that, this one, they started in big way. What they have done a mistake in India, that Jatropha and all that, they plantation done in a railway track side where there is no water available, no care, and this can be used as a, in horticulture crops, banana or anywhere used as a boundary because it can't be grazed by the animals. Jatropha, all this can't be grazed by animals. It is a like a protection, bioprotection in a areas, and all horticulture departments they can ask to put a Jatropha as a fence of that individual area, and those seeds can be used for biodiesel or their own diesel sets also. This one is bamboo, Balkova, and this one and this Asur, that tissue culture developed, and problem is any saline areas can be converted into useful. You can see here, this 1 year saline areas, if we plant the bamboo, Balkova, that is a tissue culture one or anyway, and immediately within 3 years you get the income, and that because of leaf fall and that is a reclamation, this come to normal with rich with organic manure. You know, humus content is very important to convert into, and this is an experiment carried out, that is Salem place they planted, and this is the statistics given by them. This is one of them. And one more thing is, I visited these two places I visited Nagaland, because I started a trust in 2002 with the Satsai devotees, and Maharashtra CM Prithviraj brother-in-law, who is a Shandur Maharaja, he is the chairman, first chairman. We conducted number of experiments in Aurangabad, and also I visited where bamboo is available in Nagaland as advisor to the foreign ministry. What they did, bamboo, they make the pellets with the bamboo. That one is more valuable than a normal this tonnage more, because they use in activated carbon used in all treatment technology in municipal treatment waters and RO systems also. This is a value addition. And one more thing is, and these Ambika Darbar and other Agarbatti people, they import the round sticks from Vienna, and crores of money they are spending for importing. And what in here in Setampeta, Srikakulam districts, we have naturally available bamboo sticks, and we can cut the internodes, maybe short, because internode, the bamboo stick length is not important. If you have the short internode, you can make more number, and all Dwakra people and the self-help groups can manufacture it with 10 lakhs rupees. They can make the round sticks, and they can without labor, and that is an important project for self-help groups and supply to all the temples here. Because there are number of projects they initiate and forget. That what I seen with the government system, and because I don't blame any government, they have priorities. As the town planners, we have priorities. Everybody have priorities, because of that, that can be also taken up, right? And this is a biomass power project, and in the 2 minutes, sir? This is a biomass project and standardized, and because dedicated captive, those days biomass power project started with a biomass of other things, but dedicated a captive energy plantation done with one. And this is the summary and conclusion I made. And control, stabilize the shorelines and force, and provide amenity source of food, materials, income and benefits. What a final summary is, and the coastal area can be divided into small parts, and give it to make the societies. Societies means fishermen families, and alert them. They can get income, and with the bamboo, with this one, Casuarina equisifolia, it can be as a bed, shelter bed, and Casuarina, other things can be used for the making, and coconut they can plant, and shore side they can plant Pongami also, and each can make, for example, ecotourism somebody is discussing, And the hypomia is the very good for the rabbits. You can make small hypomia always grown on the seashore only. We get that for feeding the rabbits. Why can't you make a small and make a entertaining ecotourism? So many things, ideas can be put into it and make it, and because I little know about the architecture and other things. These are some ideas which can be integrated wherever possible. Thank you. Thank you for.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insights and the practical examples that you have shown to us. So before we break for lunch, yes, we will have a quick round of felicitation. Now, I take this opportunity on behalf of ITPI family in inviting all the key players for making this event a successful one. So without their persistent hard work and dedication, this event would have been really challenging for all that you have seen on the ground with the from the inauguration part till conducting the sessions. So may I now request Dr. D.S. Meshram, the President ITPI, to kindly felicitate Sri Nagesh Garu, President AP Naredco and ITPI Building Construction Coordinator. Please. Request Sri Nagesh Garu to please come on to the dais. Ahmed, can you please help with the mementos and the bouquet? So we have a small token of memento and a shawl as well. మళ్ళీ పిల్లనా నగేష్ గారిని ఒకసారి పైకి నగేష్ గారిని మళ్ళీ ఒకసారి పైకి పిల్లనా Okay, so next I request Sri Pradeep Kapoorji to kindly felicitate Sri Naveen Shankara, Managing Director, Fame Builders, on the stage, please.
How they'll know.
So he is main person who helped us in construction of building. He is builder. Normally he builder. He suggested us not to go for contract or anything to save GST and certain other things. So he supported us continuously. So kindly accept our token of respect.
You can play some music. Felicitate చేస్తుంటే ఏదన్నా కొంచెం బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్ మ్యూజిక్ ఉంటే బెటర్ కదా. సో మచ్ నవీన్ గారు, హార్డ్ వర్క్ అండ్ యువర్ with a smile please. Thank you. Yes. 2 minutes. Okay, now may I request to Sri V. Ramdu Garu to felicitate to Sri Vinay, the project manager and site in charge of Fame Builders. Shri Vinay. Ramdu sir, please on the stage, please. And Vinay's contribution for the project. He's been the site in charge and taken care of the wonderful building today. Thanks for all the hard work. Thank you so much. Now may we request Madam RJ Vijayalata, Director of Town and Country Planning, to kindly felicitate Sri Prithvi, the site engineer for the ITPI building. Prithvi, please come on to the stage. Please take the seat. Thank you so much. Now I would request Sri B. Suresh Kumar Garu to felicitate Sri Kishore, LTP's President and Inauguration Event Organizer. Suresh Garu. Can we request Suresh Garu to please come on to the dais and felicitate Sri Kishore? Kindly please come and felicitate Kishore Garu. Thank you, sir. May we now request Srimati Sunita, Chief City Planner, GVMC, to kindly felicitate Sri Baavuri Venkat Ramana Garu, CMR Group, the principal sponsor. Can we request Venkat Ramana Garu to please come on to the dais? Okay, so Madam, can you please come on to the stage? We have Sunita Madam, can you please come on to the stage? And shawl and bouquets, please. Please keep the shawl and bouquets ready. Okay. Sri B. Suresh Kumar, Building Committee Chairman. Sri Sanjay Ratna Kumar, Co-Building Committee Chairman. I'm calling everyone onto the stage for the felicitation, for a group picture too. Sri B. Srinivasal Garu, Secretary, APRC ITPI. And Sri Dean Makbul Ahmed, the Treasurer. Main man, please come onto the dais. So, request... Pradeep Kapoor sir, can you please join us on the stage for the felicitation? Srinivas sir. You can choose, sir. You can choose whom you would want to felicitate. So, that's nice. Thank you, everyone. So, last but not the least, without taking much of your time, please permit me to personally thank the Chief Urban Planner, CUP VMRDA, Sri Sanjay Kumar Garu, and the Chief City Planner, GVMC, Srimati Sunita Garu, for their outstanding support and for organizing this event and for making this complete program a success. This is not the end, you still have technical 2 session, but before, we could break for lunch, we just thought it will be a good idea to felicitate all these people, all the hard key workers for this complete event. So, and now I would request Professor Meshram sir to kindly give the closing remarks on technical session 1.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving me the opportunity to felicitate all the dignitaries who has helped us in construction of the building and managing the affairs of the Andhra Pradesh regional chapter very well. Well, I am not concluding the felicitation session, but I am going to conclude the technical session first. After felicitation session, technical session 1, Professor Ramesh has really delighted us, and he has given us a very, very fact-finding and fact-stating statements as far as his presentation is concerned. And he specifically focused on the impervious surfaces and also on the pervious surfaces. He has also touched up the agenda on runoff of rainwater. As far as the runoff rainwater is concerned, he has elaborated, but I would like to share few examples. The first example of the Aruville Universal Township at the Pondicherry, where we have shown and demonstrated that it is possible to have the zero runoff. I prepared the master plan for the Aruville in the year 1999, and when they started as far as the Aruville planning and construction is concerned, there was not even a single blade of grass was growing in the Aruville area. But when we prepared the master plan, they started developing. Within hardly 20 years, it has become a forest jungle. And why? Because we have adopted the principle of zero runoff, and it was totally successful as far as the Aruville is concerned. So kindly keep it in mind. It is that because at that time, all the rainwater which come in that particular area, we used to devote to the sea. And that is what we have totally stopped, and not even a single drop of the water has been allowed to go to the sea, and we have allowed it to get percolated in the pervious surfaces. So that is what he has suggested, and really is an excellent example he has also given through his practical experiences. He has also touched upon the aspect of the reflective surfaces. Here in India, I have seen so many buildings because we are in the hot arid zone, but then we are going and giving the surfaces to our buildings which are very reflective. It is practicable as per the cold climate is concerned, where the sun comes very rarely, but we are using the same types of the reflective surfaces on our buildings in the hot and arid zone of the India, specifically in the urban areas. So perhaps we should stop that, and we should go for the areas which are not reflective, because it reflects the sun rays, and the process, the heat of that particular area increases, and it creates the heat islands also. He has also given the example specifically of the flood urban areas, and specifically emphasized on the encroachments of the catchment areas of the water bodies. I would like to share, because he has given the example of the floods, I would like to share with you the example of the Delhi. You must have heard in the papers and of course on the electronics media that floods started coming, and my own building, that is the Institute of Town Planners India headquarters, the total basement was totally inundated, totally filled up with the water. But it is not the creation of the rainwater, but there is about the 25 kilometer away, as far as the Haryana is concerned, there is a Hathini barrage from where they have released the water, and due to which the total Delhi, specifically on the both side of the Yamuna river, was totally flooded. So that is what he has specifically explained the point that we have to take into the consideration that the low-lying areas should not be allowed to be encroached, because that only drains the total water as far the rainwater is concerned, as far as the other flooded waters are also concerned. So really, sir, thankful to you for enlightening us, giving through the examples which were really very, very, very useful as far as the planners are concerned. Dr. K. Venkateshwara Rao, he has specifically, he is from the biotechnology, and he has shared his experience, and specifically he has mentioned IPS, IFS and ISS, and he has given the technical terminologies, how that can be pronounced, instead of adopting the IS, which are very much familiar as far as IS, IPS and IFS are concerned. Thank you, sir, for enlightening us. And then he has also given the coastal plantation. As per the coastal plantation is concerned, is the plantation of the forest on marine belt that is on the barren seashore. It is specifically in the form of the mangroves, salt marshes, coastal stranded dunes and all these things. He has also given the example of the Hadat cyclones in the Visakhapatnam and disaster recovery projects, which he has explained through his practical experiences. For your notice, I have also started my career as a teacher in agricultural engineering, and then I switched over to the planning. So, sir, the factor is common, that is agriculture engineering, which you have done and I also done. Thank you very much for all of you for giving us the opportunity to share the experience of the very learned two key speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay. Sir, Madam Vidyulata Madam and Ramdu sir, may we request you to kindly felicitate Meshram sir and Pradeep Kapoor ji on the stage, please. After felicitation, we request the other members for a picture together before we break for lunch.
सोचना कैसा रैपिडो बाइक वाली टैक्सी सबसे सेक्सी बाइक वाली टैक्सी सब
Sir, one more second. Can we request the guest speakers for today to please come on to the stage? Ramesh sir and Dr. Venkateshwar garu.
चेयर तो छोड़ दो सर, पैसा ही हाथ से दे देना, चेयर में बिठा के
Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, now we request all the building committee members for a group picture with the chairman, the president. So please, the building committee members are requested to come onto the stage for a photograph. All the building committee members. Request all the building committee members to please get onto the stage for a photograph. Please. The easy mem. All the building committee members, please get onto the stage for a photograph, group photograph, please. Picture, one more picture please. One of the member is missing, I guess, so. Thank you, everyone. Request everyone to break for lunch now and come back for the session at 2:30. The second session starts around at 2:30. Everyone, request you to please join us for lunch. Can you please enable the link online, enable Cheyandi? He's already there online. All right, sorry for this delay. It has taken a little bit of time. A very good afternoon, sir. So we have the audience waiting to listen to the session on the topic today. So over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Can you, am I audible now?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. President ITPI, Professor Meshramji, the chief guest of the function, and other learned speakers. I'm very happy to be in this, one-day workshop, which is being organized by this very prestigious organization on a very important topic, which is very relevant to all of us, climate change and disaster risk management. In fact, this is area which is very close to my heart, and I'm working in this area since long time. And presently, I am also Vice Chair of Sikkim State Disaster Management Authority. So there I could get opportunity, to implement, whatever little I know in this subject. And since last 12 years, I am Vice Chair of Sikkim State Disaster Management Authority. I will, today also I will present a case of Sikkim, and I will tell you that how states, different states have approach for climate change and risk reduction. I know that some of these states, they have done a remarkable job, and other states, they are just thinking that whether this is a priority area or not. So I would like to emphasize, I don't know how much time you will give to me, but I think, will it be 40 to 45 minutes, Professor Meshram? Can I continue for 40 or 45 minutes, or how much is time which you are allowing me?
45 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I have a small presentation, and I will, I will share this presentation with you. I would like to share is it visible? Yes. I think you can see this. So, sir, this presentation, as you know, that climate change is affecting not only this country or our state Sikkim, but the entire world. We have seen that how Hawaii is affected recently, and there were horrifying pictures which are coming from the state of Hawaii. Before that, California and other places, Australia. Last week, in China, there was a flood. In our own country, we are seeing the impact of climate change, and the disaster risk is increasing. And places like Sikkim, which are very, famous for tourists, and number of tourists, they visit this state. But we are also affected by climate change, and the risk is increasing every year. This year we were having, more number of landslides at different places in all 6 districts, and this is because of the torrential rain which is there in the state. This is threat to the government to the state government, to different companies, architectures, town planners, civil society and local community. Because town planners, I think all cities, they are facing the brunt of climate change. And now the cities are becoming hot heat centers. And I think it is known to us that the major reason is the temperature, which is increasing. And now, as per IPCC report, it is only 1.1 degrees Celsius. But I think in coming years, in case we don't do anything, in case we don't adapt as per the situation, I think the condition will be much worse. And then we will have to prepare for disaster risk. So risk will increase in case the climate change. And why I am giving example of Sikkim? Because whole Himalaya is, we call it, the third pole. It is the tallest tower of water resources. It is having 15,000 glaciers. In Sikkim, we have 85 glaciers and we have number of glacial lakes. And all these glacial lakes are increasing in volume. And there is a threat of glow, there is a threat of, glacial lake outburst. And all the, forestry and everything will be affected in Himalayan area. We are also having the threat of fire, forest fire, and the frequency of forest fire is increasing. In Sikkim, you might be knowing that last year more than 300 hectare land was burned, and now we are thinking to replant that. So we are thinking that we should adapt, as per the, climate change. And in that adaptation, the forestry department is having a plan that we should do plantation so that there is no forest fire in future. For example, in case you have only conifers, then the chances are much more. So now they are thinking of mixed cropping, mixed plantation, and the thing which ecologists were saying since beginning, now people are realizing that they are important factors and we should do accordingly. This is having significant impact on ecology, on natural resources, on biodiversity, and on our society. And the society which is facing the problem, I will tell you the example of Sikkim that our all villages in North District, because the springs, they are dried up and they are getting water from springs. So I think in case springs will dry, then definitely, the people will migrate, they will come to cities, and again there will be a problem for city planners that how to accommodate them. So we have done something, for revival of these springs, and you will be very happy to note that Sikkim become first state which has revived 4,000 springs in that state. And now we are giving training, to Nagaland and other states. And because the source of drinking water in Himalaya is basically springs. And people depend on them. And it is not a rocket science, you have to conserve water, and these water will come in form of springs. And this is the normal way in all Himalayan villages. So we should note that. Then the whole Himalaya is a fragile ecological system. People used to go to Guru Dogmar Lake and other, glacial lakes, which are much more beautiful, than the lakes which they see in US. US, in case you go to California, definitely, you will be tempting, to see the glacial lake. But in India also you have some remarkable places where you have beautiful sites, much better than United States and other, but they are not managed well. And That's why the tourism and all these things are important now, and we are working for that. Then the impact of climate change in Sikkim, it is very significant, and our alpine vegetation, the species, the rise of temperature, this is affecting us, and the biodiversity, all these things are being affected by this thing. We have taken major initiatives, and there was a workshop few years back in which the Secretary Climate Change, Environment and Climate Change was there, and he said that this is one state which has taken very important actions. We have a Sikkim State Council of Climate Change, and we have made science and technology as a nodal department. We have constituted a glacier and climate change commission. We have prepared a state action plan for climate change. We are commissioning micro-level climate change vulnerability assessment, and even the city of Gangtok, we have a plan, which is for not only for disaster management, but for climate change as well. Professor Meshram, I think you will be very happy to know that Sikkim is one state where we are talking about mainstreaming. And mainstreaming means that each and every department should contribute in climate change. This is not the subject of science and technology only. This is not only disaster risk reduction that will be seen only by the land revenue and disaster management. But I think each and every department will have to play important role, and this is obvious now that they are working together. The grazing land, the pasture land, we have now ban on some protected areas where earlier there was grazing, and lots of landslides were happening in that part. Then there is an official policy of banning green forest for construction, which is there. So we have implementation of this thing in each and every department. Water security, I gave you example of this spring revival, which is a unique example in the country. Then in agriculture, horticulture, livestock, we have an action plan in each and every department. In forest, wildlife, ecotourism, the most important is that in urban and rural habitats, I think this is a very, very important point, and we should remember that unless and until the communities, the local communities, they may be urban, they may be local, they don't understand, that what is really required. And that's why I am so happy that architects, planners, town planners, you have a great role nowadays. In Sikkim, we are promoting, I request you that organize a workshop in Sikkim. We will provide you venue and everything, and just teach people that, because they are diverting from local material. Earlier, you might be knowing that there will be Accra type of house in Sikkim, but now Accra type nobody prefer. Everybody like Pakka house. And this Pakka house business, this is creating problem for us. Earlier, there were bamboo, and bamboo houses, and covered by mud, from both sides. It was, proper insulation. It was good in summer, it was good in winters, but now people wants to deviate. They don't want the traditional thing. They are going away from the traditional thing. There is one NGO, Seeds India. They got Sasakawa award. We gave them opportunity, and they made a school in Sikkim by traditional, practice. And this school became example actually. People were so happy that there is no air conditioner, there is not even fan required, even in the summers. And even in winters, there is a proper insulation, because they did some innovation. And this innovation was that instead of one wall of Accra, they had 2 walls. And then there was a gap in between. And this became a unique type of construction. So I think we should promote local traditional practices with some innovations. And so I request you that kindly come. We will organize, we will give you, all facilities, and we will be very happy to listen to different town planners and architects that what kind of, construction is really needed in this country nowadays. For energy efficiency, we are doing, whatever, required like LED, light, etc. Glacier monitoring, you will be very happy that last year, we have these 2 lakes which are which were increasing in volume, and one lake which is in Lonach Lake, we call it West Lonach, it is a glacier, and that was increased more than 6 times in volume. So we took Sonam Wangchu from Ladakh, and with the help of Sonam Wangchu, we had a very, very primitive sort of, mitigation. And that mitigation worked because we siphoned that water to Teesta River, and now we have monitors, we have sensors over there, and since last 2 years we are monitoring that lake, that it is not going to increase in volume. This year we are doing the same experiment in another lake, and we have mapped 6 lakes which are going out of proportion, and we are doing mitigation measures so that we can not have glacial lake outburst. And this is a unique thing which is appreciated not only in this country but in Bhutan, Nepal, and recently ICIMOD Director General, he appreciated this thing. He said that this is a unique thing which you have done, and with a simple technique of siphoning this water, and putting sensors, you are managing GLOF. So I think the state action plan which we prepared long back, we do upgrading every year, and we have done geological zoning, etc., because our geology and mining department is very active in the state. Vulnerability assessment, it's a continuous process, and then we are taking help of artificial intelligence, etc., and we are doing now the city maps for vulnerability, and Microsoft, they are helping seeds, and they are doing for Gangtok, and then we will do for other cities of Sikkim. So this will provide us that how many houses are vulnerable in this state. It's again a unique experiment which we are doing, and the data will be verified, from the field data, and this is in progress. So I think these are some of the reflections of a state action plan, and I just want to tell you that there is a coordination actually, because climate change, in case you have data, every state is having all information. Tropical meteorology, when we started working in climate change, because climate change is not a new subject. From Brundtland Commission report, she said global warming will be there, and everybody was interpreting that in their own way, and I, faced in Delhi, in Vigyan Bhavan and many places, that people were very critical about this thing, that what is this? आप लोग अपनी दुकान चमका रहे हैं इकोलॉजी वाले, तो इस तरह के कमेंट्स आते थे. But now the same people, the same meteorologists which were saying it is a climate variation, they realized that I think they were mistaken. It's a climate change. We should accept it. The impact is visible. Now the IPCC reports, it is telling us very clearly that what is happening. So we have done the priority risk due to climate change, and what will be the impact and what can be done. So increased intensity of rainfall and surface runoff. I mean, what will happen, because of this? Similarly, increased risk of flooding, increased risk of drought, increased, heat, glacier melting, glacial lake outburst, and then what can be done? So this kind of action plan is there, and different departments, which are responsible, they are working on it. We have taken help of non-governmental organization, we have taken help of BMTPC, and BMTPC organized almost every year one workshop for our engineers to update their knowledge, that what are the techniques, what are the different methods, what we can do in hilly states like Sikkim. And so this kind of thing is there. There are few case studies which I already explained, and because of time constraint, but I will be very happy to share all these reports, all these things, with you, anybody who is interested in it, any researcher who wants to do research on this thing in Sikkim, he or she is most welcome. I will provide all facilities. We cannot give funding. I'm sorry, it is a very poor state, but we will provide you hospitality and all facilities, departmental, whatever data we have, we can share that, and you are all welcome. Because I know that in the Andhra Pradesh branch, there are many, good researchers. The SPA is there in Voltaire. There are many other institutions. So you are most welcome to visit Sikkim, and whatever facilities you require, I will see that Sikkim state will accord you accordingly. There are many case studies, like organic. Now the Sikkim is completely organic, and in agriculture sector, I have to stop. I think there is a poor communication. I couldn't understand, what. Do I have 5 minutes? Yes, sir. To wind up?
Yes, sir, you have 10 minutes.
Okay. So I think what I am saying is that there are so many things, which we can discuss in detail. I gave you example of water security. I gave you example of organic farming. Water security, I think the very, very big step is taken by the state, and this become example. Now, Honorable Prime Minister, he has launched the Amrit Sarovar program. I think this is a very good initiative for for climate change adaptation, because water will be in scarcity in coming years. And you know that now when there is extensive rainfall, then there is a flooding and urban flooding, and in summers we will face another problem, that is water scarcity. So water conservation, again, very important, and we have set an example for Himalayan states at least, and I already explained that EC Mode has appreciated our effort, and he is doing similar exercise in other Himalayan states. So I am very happy that it is being replicated, it is recognized. Organic farming, now many states, they are doing pilots. I am saying that it's so fine, you do pilot study, but I think the time has come that pilot will not work. The whole Himalaya should be organic. And Himalaya is not for agriculture actually. Himalaya is for medicinal plant, biodiversity. You see the northeastern part, which is highly rich in the biodiversity. So we should know all these things and do accordingly. Then today I think three things are important. You are all wise people who are sitting here. You know that after Paris Agreement, the country has done, remarkable thing. Our Honorable Prime Minister, he announced, the International Solar Mission, and this becomes so popular that even United States, they have joined us. So we are more than 100 countries now in the International Solar Alliance, and realizing that solar energy is another one alternative. Then the CDRI, which is launched, the Coalition of Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. I think this is again very important for town planners, and I think we should know the seismicity of the place. We should know that what kind of buildings are required, over there. And this point is very, very important. In Central Vista, in new parliament, in new building, I think these buildings will become model, and I think they will teach us that what kind of infrastructure is needed now in coming years. Then SDGs. And SDG, we may be behind, many other countries. We may be behind, there are more than 100 countries. But I think we have realized, and each and every state have realized that these certain 17, goals, they are so important, for sustainability. And this is important that in 10, 15 years, this sensitization will be there. And so I think this is one thing. Then the Sindai framework, and Sindai framework for disaster risk reduction. I think we are in Asia, I can say, number one, because after Japan and I think India has taken many initiatives, and I just gave example of CDRI, but so many things by the National Disaster Management Authority and by some state disaster management authority. Disaster risk is a state subject, so you cannot say that all these states are alike. Some of these states are really doing remarkable job, but most of these states, they are thinking that jab hoga tab dekh lenge. So I think this approach should go, and we should spend more time, money on preparedness, mitigation, and we are fortunate that 12th Finance Commission, they have given us, the mitigation fund. This is again a unique thing which has happened. Mitigation fund is available now with the states, it is available with the center, with the NDMA, with the MHA, and in case you have some plan, I think you can give a DPR, and then the money will be sanctioned, and you can do this risk minimization by this fund. Earlier this fund was not there. So we were trying that we should have this fund, but we are fortunate that we have now money. So Paris Agreement, I already told you, then Sustainable Development Goals, then Sindai Framework, all 4 priorities. I think Sikkim, when Sindai Framework was there, I think Sikkim was the first state. We organized a workshop on Sindai Framework, and Honorable Chief Minister of Sikkim, he was explaining to his, ministers and secretaries that what is Sindai Framework, what are the 4 priorities. The first priority, the second priority, the third priority, that was amazing. And I think this is really needed, that our political people, they should understand, that what are these international agreements, because I never see any debate in the parliament or assembly on these issues. So I think we academic people should explain these things to them, and they should know that how important these aspects are. So this kind of workshop, and in case you have a small recommendation, I think they should go to different, ministers, and they can be exposed to all these things. I can speak because this is my subject, So I can speak, a lot on this thing. But I think I will just 1 or 2 minutes I will take on way forward. And in the way forward, I am saying that disaster risk reduction again become important. We should understand risk, we should understand vulnerability, and we should do local actions, nature-based, solutions, because we don't have that kind of money. In case we have engineering method, everywhere, so there should be a very good marriage between the structural and non-structural mitigation. And this is a picture where the relief commissioner is explaining to the students and what is safe building and what will happen in case there is earthquake. And in every Mela, we have Magh Mela in Sikkim, and we have a stall in every Magh Mela. And our officers, our volunteers, our Sikkim State Disaster Management Authority, our people used to explain that what are the risks and how we can meet with these things. So I think this team in IIPA is also participating in this. We have a very big program for school safety. We have a very big program for climate smart school in Sikkim. We have given in some schools these simple equipments and to have climatic data. They can observe this climatic data. They can get, this information from meteorological office. They can compare that how the things have changes in last 10 years. And it's a very good experiment which we are doing in some selected schools. Then focus on group discussion, on local knowledge. And this is, some of the things which we are doing. Now the finance, I think, again, there is no capacity so that, climate financing, and we are developing this capacity in this state. And so I think I would like to say that this is one example. I don't want to pose that Sikkim is doing everything. We have to.
So the time is up. Okay, so now let's move on to the next speaker, Dr. Ayan Tarafdar, Dean Academic from School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada. Over to Professor.
It's not coming.
So, very good afternoon to all of you who are here. Right at the start, I would like to express my gratitude for being called here on this important platform. I am very thankful to ITPI AP chapter and ITPI headquarters and all the people present here on a weekend to sit back and listen to us. So thank you. I represent School of Planning and Architecture and presently working as the Dean Academic there, and also I'm an Associate Professor in the Planning Department. So the topic today, let me come to the topic. The topic of the seminar is a very broad topic, as you all understand. Climate change and disaster risk management. We teach these things, and it sometimes takes 2 semesters to understand this subject. So, as you know, since it is broad, what I have done on the screen is my intention is to zoom in into one particular part of this whole topic and speak on that small zoomed in part, which is evidence-based analytical approaches towards climate and disaster risks. So my predominant intention is to trigger your interest towards some of the techniques and tools which are being used in this field across the world and also in some places in India, so that it can be brought into your professional practice and brought into the projects which are going on or going to happen in planning, and so that the plans which we prepare become more disaster and climate resilient. So to go into those, before going into those tools, I'd spend about 5 minutes to talk little bit about this disaster risk and climate change, these 2 words, not because I am an academic, so I have to tell you and define it, but because that becomes the basis for me to explain the next part, which are these 4 tools. There are about 8 or 9 tools available as per us, which directly deals with planning and disaster management and has elements of climate change built into it. About 8 or 9 tools available in the market or industry. And out of that, 4 important ones which we have used in our institute for our projects, I'll just try to showcase that, so that it becomes, it remains in your mind that there are actually tools, it's not just theory, which we can use when we prepare the master plans. And then I'll sum up. So, as I said, let's quickly go through what is this climate change and climate risk. Most of these things are known to you, but still let's go through for a couple of minutes. Changes in the composition of atmospheric gases, rise of average annual temperature, changes in ocean currents, patterns and wind movements, deviant excessive or less rainfall, melting of ice. These are actually manifestations of climate change, because these are the things which are getting measured by IPCC. Generally, you or me, we don't measure these things, but there are reports which are measuring this on an annual basis. And these manifestations lead to longer duration of seasons, changes in cropping and fishing patterns, frequent droughts, heat waves, coastal erosion, rise of sea level, cyclonic formation, etc. These second column things are more linked to our departments, to our ministries, our governments are working, so we understand this better. And there are documents and data available with departments in our country. The first one is mostly IPCC and UN, the first column. But actually none of these affect our day-to-day work. When we come out of our homes and go to our office and then come back, it doesn't really affect any of these things, because we are in a very safe and secure zone of mobility and work. But in future, or if we are in some zones where submergence is happening, and it is happening in many parts of the world, where people are relocating because of submergence, or there is shortage of certain types of food which happens because of change in cropping pattern, or extreme climate conditions, or flash floods, certain disease patterns which we see in the newspapers, then definitely it starts affecting our day-to-day work, our eating habit, our earning livelihoods, and we start taking notice and we start to worry a bit. Now again, there are climate change, it's essentially, we think it's always human, but there are traditionally over the last 4,000-5,000 years, if you study climate studies theory, most of it is nature induced. Earth itself is changing. But human induced climate change is predominantly last 200 years. And 3 things which I'll put on the screen are very much what planners do: land use change, inappropriate consumption patterns driven by the proposed land use, and generation of waste. These 3 things are directly things which we have control over and are directly linked with climate change. For example, changing unpaved to paved, building more built mass, and diminishing green. These can be recorded from land use change. Excessive or misplaced or wrong use of certain products, and industrial, vehicular and domestic waste. These lead to climate change. Facts tell us and we know. So we know the fundamentals, but we are not really adapting in terms of making our master plans or executing our master plans or regional plans. And sometimes we have a lot of case studies which say that we are adapting, yes, but not at the same rate in which we are consuming or depleting. Now quickly that was climate change, very briefly. And as I said, this is not to be academic, but actually this is the base to the next 5, 7 minutes, 10 minutes when I go into the tools. Decoding disaster risks. Now this is also something which I'd like to make a point very quickly, that humans are exposed to natural, man-made or technological hazards. So excessive rainfall is an hazard, earthquake is an hazard. It's not a disaster. Heat wave, cyclone, flood, these are actually hazards. As per IPCC or as per most of the organizations which deal with disaster management. When this leads to damage and loss, and when this leads to disruption in a community's ability to generate livelihood or income, to that extent that the community is not able to function normally or takes a long time to come back to normalcy, then it gets into a disaster definition. So if suppose there is a storm surge in Antarctica, or there is a tremor of earthquake happening in the middle of Sahara, and there is absolutely not much damage or life is not disrupted, it is termed as hazard. It is not recorded as disaster as per UNFCCC or many of the organizations which study disaster. The frequency, complexity and severity of a disaster's impact are influenced by factors like climate change. So even though we tend to think them together, but actually climate change is slightly different and disaster as per definition is slightly different, but they are linked. Disaster's severity can be influenced by climate change. So a disaster's impact is influenced by climate change, conflict, displacement, etc. So now the risk, the word risk, finally coming to the word risk to a disaster, is a function of the level of vulnerability of a community. Now this is again known to many of us. It's a standard equation which is given by United Nations and Government of India. Vulnerability actually is linked with the disaster's risks, which is exposure to a hazard plus sensitivity minus adaptive capacity. So exposure is like if I'm staying in a place which floods or which has a chance of earthquake. Sensitivity is if I am having some inherent problems with me, like I am a child or I am a dependent old person, so the influence on me or the impact on my exposure will be higher. And adaptive capacities are all those things which are in my hand, which helps me fight the hazard. So this leads to vulnerability. And as the our previous learned Professor Sharma said, vulnerability assessment and studies are have now become an area of funding by government. So now theoretically, if we remove exposure and sensitivity, it reduces damage and loss. And if we improve adaptation, it reduces the disruption. And so we can avoid the disaster. So theoretically, the solutions are already given. But how to remove the exposure, sensitivity, how to reduce, that answer is still vague. So disasters can happen irrespective of climate change. This is an important starting point we should understand. Climate change impacts are mostly a slow onset thing, like global warming or sea level rise. It doesn't happen overnight, it's slow onset, and then often it is assumed not to be leading to a disaster. If somebody says sea level rise is going to happen in Visakhapatnam, it doesn't impose a threat immediately, because it may happen after 10 years or my next generation may. So it will be a problem, but I don't have to act immediately. Whereas majority of the disasters which are dealt by the government and funds are there, those are not the slow onset ones. Those are the ones which come on quick onset and affect us in a very fast domain. But now again, how these two are linked. eco-sensitive zones are said to be showing manifestations of climate change much faster. That's what the previous speaker from Sikkim was saying. To understand the impact of climate change, it's better to look at those zones which are eco-sensitive, because you can see the manifestations faster than a normal urban area. Hence, it is important to understand where eco-sensitive zones are overlapping with the hazard zones so that the disaster's impact can be easily measured. However, the traditional approach to disaster management in our country is response after the disaster happened, relief, rehabilitate, mitigate and prepare. So here eco-sensitivity or climate risk or climate vulnerability is still not into the calculations. So there is a need to amalgamate factors of climate risk, human exposure, human sensitivity and ability to cope as technical inputs before designing a disaster preparedness strategy. Now, traditional orthodox, generally what we do in disaster related projects, let's quickly go through it. So this is like, I've taken it from Andhra Pradesh State Disaster Authority website and their, some of their reports. Their disasters are listed, and then there is an interesting table which says that in every month, which type of disasters are threat is a possibility. So there are certain months where multiple hazards might happen. And then there are very interesting maps, GIS-based maps, like storm surges map of all the districts of Andhra Pradesh, earthquake, cyclones, heat wave, floods, drought. These are already prepared by AP State Disaster Authority. It's under the Revenue Department, I believe. And then there is a multi-hazard map of Andhra Pradesh also, as you see, but when this is prepared, if you go behind this, behind the GIS, how it is prepared, it's a simple overlay of the past occurrences. So they map the past occurrences, they overlay. And then if there is a multiple hazard happening in the last 10 years, it becomes red color. And recently they are overlaying it with population distribution also, so that whether people are staying or not. So what is generally done? Record past occurrences of each hazard. Why I am showing this? Because I am going to tell that this is not fully correct. Record past occurrences of each hazard and map them separately. This is what happens. Delineate zones having highest frequency of recurrence of an hazard. Overlay all the hazard map to arrive at a multi-hazard risk map. This is what generally happens. After that, allocate evacuation infrastructure. In those zones, allocate safe shelters and storage points, conduct awareness programs, safety audits, drills, provide evacuation and relief in the event of a hazard. This is the normal cycle of a disaster management strategy or state disaster action plan. We'll do these steps. Now to look at it critically, mostly the traditional approach are one size fits all, according to me. This is the same approach across various states. Risk is assessed based on past occurrences, and hence there are chances of failing to predict future risk zones. So if you only base it on past occurrences, of course you get an idea where it may happen, but you may miss out another area where it may happen, but it has never happened the first time. So that is not a part of the calculation. Then the eco-sensitive and ecologically sensitive sites which are showing signs of higher sensitive risk are not studied. Any kind of simulation or scenario building is rarely a prerequisite for any projectization of disaster relief. So when disaster relief projects are formulated, scenario building is not done other than that overlay map which I showed you. So chances are there of unclear and misguided spending of public funds, which is what we believe. Now, the main part towards evidence-based analytical approach. So here I show you some of the projects done at SPA Vijayawada. There are quite a few which we have done in the last 10 years, but I pick some which are linked to this topic. For Bangalore in the morning, it was shown flooding and heat and how it is, flooding zones and heat zones, how it is overlapped with the development control regulations. This was an internationally funded project. In Delhi, a government-funded project, particularly on heat stress and building bylaws, that also local level, local area planning. Then for Visakhapatnam, we have done a composite environmental vulnerability assessment of the entire district. This was an internal institutional funded project which we did with GATE scholars. In Bihar, we worked on participatory watershed management to look at how to deal with annual recurrent flooding. In Ganjam, Odisha, we worked on forest adaptation for multi-hazard vulnerability. In South Goa, coastal environmental protection plan. And also in Vijayawada, building inclusive urban communities, which was predominantly how the slums react to the heat waves. Now, out of these, there are 3 projects which I will just go through over the next few slides to tell you about these tools, how they can be used, and it can give a better informed decision to us. So there are 4 tools which I am going to speak of. One is vulnerability indexing. Second is biodiversity clustering, eco-sensitivity zoning, and multi-criteria weighted overlay. These may sound simple, and actually they are simple. And there are tools available which are open sourced, downloadable, and then we can easily use this. If we don't use, we can ask our clients to use it, so that the decision related to disaster and managing disaster can become evidence and data backed. Now, very quickly, first, biodiversity clustering. I'll just take you through what is this. It's a measure to obtain quantitative estimate of biological variability in space. I don't go into the detailed theory behind it, but what it helps us, it gives us index, a biodiversity index which is based on how rich or even is the biodiversity at a place. This works well with swamp areas, mangrove areas, forested areas, where we find out whether the species are having diversity or having evenness. And there are specific, if you go into the theory, there are specific formula. Simpson's index is the main formula, which we just need species counts and species names. And it can be species names and counts can be derived from many of the departments. The benefit is we can identify microzones within forested ecosystems where species are in abundance or concentration, rather than simply look at the whole forest as one unit. It also helps us making gradings, biodiversity grading zones. Like we have heritage gradings, biodiversity grading zone. This is more rich than this is lesser rich. So for example, in South Goa project, we developed this, there were about 12 parameters, and then if you see this is this inner Goa, away from the coast, which the inner part of Goa is fully forested. Mostly we know of the coastal Goa, and these is a result of applying this tool, where the red color zones are the highly sensitive biodiversity zones. And this led us to different strategy of forest management. So the forest management strategy is not one size fits all. If it is highly sensitive biodegradation zones, there are different strategies for it. Like the previous speaker, Professor Sharma said, Sikkim, which is not a dry area, is having forest fires in the last 10 years. Here also, in Goa also, in the last 10 to 15 years, there have been incidences, 7-8 incidences of forest fires, which is an indication of climate change. So where these are happening easily we can zoom in. It's mostly in these red colored zones where the forest fires are happening, which are also overlapping with the analysis, which is the most sensitive biodiversity zones. So accordingly, what was done? Timber processing proposals for the state government is interested in timber. Where should be the timber processing units? So they were appropriately located, and also land suitable for tribal farming was appropriately identified based on the grading of the biodiversity zones. And proposed route for trekking was also developed. So the tool here predominantly we used was biodiversity indexing, and the tool or the software is Landscape Fragmentation Tool, LFT, which is an open source free tool, downloadable. It is much simpler than a GIS. Second is eco-sensitivity zoning. This is also similar. I'll go much faster here. There are here. So this is easy to understand. There are 3 heads on top: species-based indicators, ecosystem-based indicators, and geomorphology-based indicators. So under this, we need information related to flora, fauna, wetlands, topography, hazard, etc. And then there is a process. Now, we professional planners, we need not know the process or the algorithm running behind it. The software already has it. We just need to provide the data. The data, if it is fed in, then it gives us which areas are more eco-sensitive than the other areas within the same district where we are living. So here also, we have tried this in Ganjam project in Odisha, which is a coastal district. So you see again, the parameters were identified based on the available data with the government district collector's office. So we have species-based indicators, ecosystem-based indicators, and geomorphology indicators. And then using a tool called AHP, weightages were developed, and then the platform was run. And we have got this kind of outputs. Forest, for example, you see those are forest canopy change over the years. The tool itself is giving. Then there is forest fire predicted zones, species depletion predicted zones, and finally an overall eco-sensitivity hazard map where ESZ 1, 2, 3 is derived from this tool. ESZ 1 means most critical eco-sensitive zone and less critical eco-sensitive zone. So it gives us the necessary calculations and the tool, and it helps us take decisions. So for Ganjam again, so once we know that the ESZ zone are there, so 3 different types were created: core area, darkest green, buffer area, and transition area. So according to that, separate routes were developed for ecotourism circuits, because in this project they were interested to know from us what can be the ecotourism circuits within the forested area. So instead of just finding the circuit and then defending it, there is a strong scientific logic to any of the funding agencies that yes, this is the logic, this is how it should be, because it doesn't go into the core area, the circuit runs to the buffer area or the transition area. So here the tool used was a tool called INVEST. This is developed by UN, again freely available, downloadable, and can be, any private agencies who are consulting mostly should be knowing this. Now I'll go fast. This is coastal eco-sensitivity. Similar eco-sensitivity which I showed earlier was in Ganjam, was in forest. This is along the coast. This is South Goa again, so these are various outputs from that. The one which is important is this in the center, which gives a composite coastal vulnerability, which is a composition of social coastal vulnerability and ecological coastal vulnerability. So this was there in the previous slide. So here if you see, there is CEVI, which is coastal ecological vulnerability and coastal socioeconomic vulnerability. So socioeconomic factors like what are their nature of their occupation, nature of the condition of their houses, the distance from the nearest health center, and distance from the nearest road. All these factors come into the vulnerability assessment than just the terrain and how the past occurrences of flood or cyclone. So this is the composite coastal vulnerability map of the coast of South Goa. Then based on that composite coastal vulnerability map, coastal erosion and sand dune health strategies were developed, because we know which are the most vulnerable. So there we don't make them as the popular beaches. We try to bring in some other activities there. And turtle nesting, then walking, then the less loaded tourist activities are removed. And the CRZ delineation was also developed on this composite coastal vulnerability. Presently, if you look into the CRZ maps, we will get the delineation, but what is the logic behind it is not always known. How it was developed, if you discuss also, it's not always known. It is just, okay, here we have found the mangrove, so we have put a boundary around it. But this is a tool which actually overlays 17, 18 parameters and gives you how the zoning should be. The idea which I am trying to say is that we can always have our proposals supported by strong technical foundations, and that is what can probably make our profession more heard, more respected. Like, for example, when an engineer is designing a dam or a bridge, Nobody comes and questions because he has all the logic and all the calculations behind it. We can also show in the same way. So here the tool is DSAS and INVEST again. I'll come to that. Now the last vulnerability indexing. So here I'll show you one interesting thing, desertification. United Nations have identified that in the next 50 years there are many parts of the world where desert formation will happen. It sounds odd, but what they mean is that the topsoil where agriculture happens is changing, is getting degraded, so it will keep on producing lesser and lesser quality crops, and this is a sign called desertification. So this we have also studied and we teach in SPA, and there are about 24 parameters. If we bring those data in, it gives us how much chances of desertification. Already United Nations have prepared desertification atlases, and there are about 12 or 16 districts in India also which are prone to desertification. One is Belgaum district in Karnataka. So we did a project for this, the collector there, where we did it in detail, which portions of Belgaum district are having land degraded based on those characteristics. And this is an easy problem. It is a slow onset thing, easy because most of the desertification can be solved by water treatment and changing the cropping pattern. And that was suggested. So steam order restoration, by looking at the flow of the natural drainage system, we protected certain natural drainage, and we suggested the runoff should not go out of the district. So the runoff was captured, something like zero runoff, which in the morning we heard. And it is very easy, it's not cost intensive at all, because the runoff flows on its own. You just have to divert it within the district and let it be on the topsoil so that the aridity index does not go up. Desertification is strongly influenced by how arid is the topsoil. So, and rainwater harvesting structures, community rainwater harvesting structures, not individual, which is managed by the districts, were suggested, and the stream orders were protected. The lower order streams were protected, not the rivers, the lowest order streams, which generally gets vanished. So this was the suggestion. Here the tool used for desertification is called SWOT and DRASTIC. Last tool is multi-criteria weighted overlay, which is the simplest one, but most difficult in terms of coding and programming. So here I'll tell you what I started is exposure, sensitivity minus adaptive capacity. So all the possible parameters are written below. This PPT I'll keep with the organizers. Anybody interested can go through. These are not parameters created by SPA Vijayawada, but available in the literature. You can add to more parameters. So once these parameters are added, based on whatever data is available in a district or in a city, if this data can be fed into this tool, multi-criteria weighted overlay, and it gives vulnerability. The interesting thing is it is not only focusing on physical aspects like slope, water accumulation, heat, it also gets into the social aspects, how a particular community is weak or not weak in terms of income, in terms of occupation, availability to food, infrastructure, and then it calculates the vulnerability. It's like when a flood happens, there are certain communities who get more affected, who have less resources. So that this takes care of that, the calculation. So this is an example done for Visakhapatnam district. The 3 circles these are just indicative symbolic diagrams that cyclone, all the indicators data indicators which were taken to calculate cyclone vulnerability of Visakhapatnam are in that circle with the weightages given, and this one is for flood and this one is for drought. The same pattern can be replicated for any coastal districts, and this was the output, that one is a cyclone vulnerability map, one is a drought, and one is a flood, and the last one is a multi-hazard risk map, which is combining all the 28 parameters to get actual hazard zone, not just where it happened in the last 10 years. And then facilities were proposed according to this multi-hazard zone. So this is the final proposal. So again, today what I was doing, I am just trying to focus on the analysis part, how to identify the risk zones, not focusing on how to solve it. That is another presentation. There are so many techniques and tools to solve it. Now this is for Ganjam district. On the left you see the disaster vulnerable Gram Panchayats, on the right you see the facilities proposed. Facilities like livestock shelters, evacuation centers, farm produce storage, forest produce storage, community centers, safe houses, skill development centers, stream order strengthening. So various type of proposals are required which is linked to the parameters. We can see which parameter out of the 28 parameters is contributing the most for vulnerability and strengthen that parameter. This is again for South Goa, similar thing. So now about the tools, very briefly, because I was telling there are actually the products are called SWOT, which is Soil and Water Assessment Tool. This is developed by United States Department of Agriculture. It is used for hydrological modeling, taking digital elevation model, rainfall data, anthropogenic wastewater, and it is capable of predicting submergence like flood, water demand gap, drought chances. Another is a drastic model, again unfortunately or fortunately all developed out of India, but these are simple tools, not complicated at all. Open sourced free tools used for analysis of depletion of groundwater, drastic and groundwater contamination, taking soil type data and sample water quality data. If we have at least 30 water quality points, the program runs. Very easy for students. Invest, integrated valuation of ecosystem services and trade-offs. This is a new tool which has come out last 1 year by United Nations, used for estimating monetary value of biodiversity areas. It puts a rupee value that this forest value is this much. Such valuation can help in setting fees, penalty or land valuation. This tool is widely used in Europe to put a monetary value to lakes, to river edges, to forests, and then if somebody violates it, they put a penalty, recovery of the amount of value which has been lost. Then landscape fragmentation tool. This is used for predicting depletion and fragmentation of green zones using machine learning and artificial neural network. We don't need to know what is machine learning. The tool itself does it. And then model builder in QGIS. QGIS is an open source GIS. It has whoever knows GIS, it has a tool built in it called model builder. This is a complex tool where you can add as many parameters, you can overlay, and you can set your own signatures and you can set your own logic. Okay, if this happens, then this parameter I want to add, this parameter I want to minus. So it's like building blocks. For students who are of present generation doing masters, these are very interesting things. If we equip them and then they later work in the industry and work for government departments, we can ask for these when they do the analysis. These tools developed by if you see carefully, most of these 4 tools which I showed are developed by planning schools of the West, and they are developed as open source, so you can download from the university, and are equipped to deal with multi-layered data extracted from satellite images or drones supplemented with departmental records. They do not need coding or high-end skills. Pre-programmed to receive data and produce complex prediction and models and outputs. All these 4 tools utilize advanced inbuilt ANN, so we can claim to our funders that we have used IoT, machine learning, ANN, but actually we don't need to do them. They provide outputs that identify land parcels which are at risk, both due to natural hazards or due to human and infrastructural inabilities, leading to disasters, and can process data at neighborhood level, city level, micro, meso or macro level. So again, as I sum up, the purpose here is not to go into why climate change, disaster risk and the same theory which we all know, but again to trigger the interest of all my audience here that there are simple tools available. Even though Western based, we should inculcate and mainstream it. We are trying to do it in college, but it can become a part of professional practice, because disasters are beyond hazards. It is beyond just the occurrence of the hazards, and one needs to understand it in terms of damage to species, human properties and services. If we have to go into the human properties and services, we cannot just look at the past occurrences and say this is my multi-hazard map. All the state government disaster authorities are having atlases of multi-hazard disaster maps, which is simply overlay of past occurrences. It has no link with the socio-economic factors. Identifying potential risk zone is not only a climatic and geophysical investigation alone. Several layers of damage, loss and change occurs when a hazard appears on a quick onset. The ability of families to cope with quick onset hazards like cyclone, which may come over the next 5 days, flood, which may come suddenly, are varying. The ability of families to cope with this is varying. But the ability to cope with slow onset hazards like climate change, global warming are more or less same, because it is going to come in next generation. But fast onset, then different families have different coping levels. So this is very important in Western countries. They understand, they do these vulnerability assessments and they treat different communities. Projects are differently done. So mitigating risks is not only about quick evacuation, relocation and retrofitting after the damage. It requires capacity building, preparedness, geotechnical support and increased access. We all know this, but I am telling you the process to do it. Let's get in those tools which are actually looking into various parameters than just the occurrence. Right location, like the examples of Ganjam, South Goa or Visakhapatnam, we need to know the right location where what has to be invested and not do it as a one size fits all. Right phasing, when to work. If we have a 10 proposals to reduce, let's say for example, stream order retrofitting, it can happen after 6 months. So phasing also is given by these tools. Right structural, non-structural strategies are the most appropriate ways. So climate risk and disaster risk are best understood when we use multiple data sets. So this is the last slide. While we are not doing or inventing something new, again I'm saying these are not new things which I'm saying. The idea propagated here is to embrace evidence, data and systematic analysis that helps build a strong logic behind decision and investment. So thank you. That's more or less what I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we would like to request Dr. D.S. Mishra, the President ITPI, for offering the concluding remarks.
We had a very interesting inaugural session, followed by 2 very important technical sessions. And some of the presentations, rather all of the presentations were really eye-opening for us. In fact, I have learned a lot from all these presentations, because I think I am still a student and not the professor. Because we can learn from anybody and everybody, and here were the excellent professors and teachers and the experts, so definitely we have learned a lot. Well, as far as the first session is concerned, I have already given you my remarks. As far as the second session is concerned, it is chaired by Professor Ramesh. So I request perhaps Professor Ramesh, you can conclude next second session, and then I will give my comments. Okay?
Thank you, Dr. Meshram, sir. As a session chair, here I would like to moderate the deliberations of the two eminent speakers. Firstly, let me thank on behalf of ITPI Regional Chapter to both of the speakers. Professor Vinod K. Sharmaji broadly spoken on climate change and adaptation in settlement planning. A case study of the Sikkim shown as an example very comprehensively, probably mostly what are all the actions taken, and that has been given to us very good insight and understanding about kind of an action taken plans by the Sikkim government, why climate change is affecting the settlement and increased disaster risks. He also spoken about specifically the cities are becoming heat centers. He has emphasized that climate change is one of the new threat faced by the government, corporates, architects and town planners, civic societies and local community. He stressed that he has significant impact on ecology, biodiversity and interim, especially in terms of habitation. Sikkim is the first state he emphasized that revived almost 400 springs, stood as an example where they have taken very meticulously about the action of the action plan and certain mitigation areas. He has elaborated initiatives for especially related to the glaciers and Climate Change Commission, government involvement in Sikkim and disaster risk rakshak, water spring revival actions. Like transformation of the Pakka houses, how these Pakka houses are really affecting and creating a problem as compared to the traditional houses, which has given a quite and very impressive knowledge specifically about the thermal comforts, which it is not going to give any kind of an impact on climate. He also emphasized the SDGs, sustainability, energy efficiency, and that is LED lighting systems, organic farming, etc. The impact he specifically emphasized, it is visible. And he has cited that what can be done, that increase the risk of flooding, risk of glacier melting, and increase the risk of drought. He also welcomed the planners or researchers, SPA of Vijayawada, to Sikkim who can cooperate, coordinate, work out mitigation solutions for climate change in Sikkim. He has mentioned that Paris Agreement on climate change, drive towards the solar energy and so on and so forth. The way forward related items specifically, he has cleared that related to the risk management, vulnerability, action plan, and nature-based solutions, structure and non-structure mitigations. Thank you, sir. You have comprehensively emphasized the need for the planners and planning interventions in disaster-related action plans. The second speaker, Dr. Ayan Tarafdar, elaborated about evidence-based analytical approaches towards the climate and disaster risks, decoding of the climate framework, changes related to the atmospheric gases and global temperature, change in the ocean current patterns and excessive precipitations and melting of the ice, glaciers and other things. He has emphasized about the naturally induced and human-induced climate change and what exactly the hazard and how the hazard can become a disaster. He has clearly mentioned with a vulnerability index and vulnerability formula related to the exposure and sensitivity and adaptive capacity. The traditional approaches and the orthodox approaches in the disaster mitigation and disaster projects dealt by SPAV also emphasized broadly, discussed related to the climate and planning mitigations and its interventions. That different type of tools specifically brings out the vulnerability index, desertification index, and biodiversity clustering patterns and Simpson's index, tools of GIS, AHP, INVEST, and also INVEST, DASA INVEST, and evaluation of the eco-sensitivity zones and its intensities, social coastal vulnerability, and socio-economic vulnerability assessment tools. He has just brought a big toolkit and emphasized it to us in what way the disaster mitigations can be assessed, appreciated, and then worked out to give a better solutions. It is very interesting, however, all these various tools and techniques used for assessing the risk vulnerability for disasters and assessment of the disaster-related risk management. Overall, if we say both the speakers are really inspiring, and really I learned a lot from this, both the speakers, whatever they have contributed given the deliberations today. Thanks to both of them. Really, the knowledge levels of all our persons who are all gathered here, I think it has been improved. Thank you, thanks once again.
Thank you, Professor Ramesh. Today we had the two technical sessions. In the first technical session, Professor Dr. Ramesh Rikonda, Director SPA Vijayawada, was the key speaker. Second key speaker was Dr. R. Venkateshwara Rao, Professor, Managing Trustee, cum Secretary, Nature Green Tech Sai Foundation, Visakhapatnam. The second session just we had, two key speakers were Dr. Ayan Tarafdar, Dean Academic SPA Vijayawada, and Professor Dr. K. Sharma, Senior Professor from Indian Institute of Public Administration. Well, Professor Ramesh has given you the excellent conclusions about technical session 2. I would like, there are few more issues which has been discussed very well, and which I would like to just underline. The first speaker, Professor Vinod Sharma, has said climate change is affecting the whole world, not only India. So we have to take it very seriously. In addition to that, he has also explained impact on biodiversity and natural resources due to the climate change, which is very significant as far as the Sikkim is concerned. That is what he said. He has also given the example that glaciers monitoring, they are increasing the size of the existing lake, that he has explained of the low canal lakes. And why the size is increasing, that is what the question came to your mind. Because generally we observe that the size of the lake is decreasing because encouragement takes place. Here, as far as the Sikkim is concerned, he is saying that the size of the lake is increasing. Why? So that particular question came into the mind, to my mind actually, and then I thought that why it is so. And then immediately I thought because glaciers are melting, and that is why the water is much more as far the lakes are concerned, and that is why the size of the lake in the Sikkim is increasing. That is a very important factor which he has shared with us. Then he has also said the water conservation is very important. He has quoted the example of the Mizoram and Sikkim also. It is very, very important, reason being, as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned or Delhi is concerned, we are not experiencing the water harvesting. But as far as the Mizoram is concerned, because we prepared the master plan of the Mizoram in 2000, where the water is being brought from the downstream by 7 steps. It is just lifted 7 times it is lifted, and then it is provided to the population of the Mizoram, specifically Aizawl, the capital of the Mizoram. And then what they do as far as the water conservation is concerned, when the rainwater comes during rainy season, they have the drums, they put it on the terrace, and whatever rainwater comes, they store in that, and then that water they utilize throughout the year, mind well, throughout the year, not for the drinking purpose, but for other purpose like washing of the clothes and all these things, because there is a scarcity of the water. So water harvesting also equally important. Then he has shared with us the Sustainable Development Goals 17, but as far as the Sustainable Development Goals are concerned, my basic focus or intention will be, there is a need to breaking the mindset of the people. What happens, take the example of the plastic bottles. These plastic bottles, if you wanted to degrade it, it takes not 1 or 2 years, it takes 200 years to degrade it. These plastic bottles are Bisleri bottles. And then what is our mindset? We just drink it and throw it off. And it is very significant. About a year back, I had been to the South Africa, where I have gone to the Cape Agulhas. Cape Agulhas is the point where 2 seas are meeting together. First one is the Indian Sea, that is the hot water stream, and then Atlantic Sea, that is what the cold water stream. They meet together, and on that particular point you can really see that the two seas are meeting because water gets changed. As far as the Indian sea water is concerned, it is very dirty. I am sorry to say that because our mindset is like that. I have also seen the plastic bottles are floating in the Indian seaside, but not on the Atlantic Ocean. So that is what I am saying, mindset of the people, that is it required to be really changed, and then only it is possible to really meet the requirement of the SDS, Sustainable Development Goals. The second key speaker also focused it was a very focused discussion by Professor Tarafdar. He has specifically brought into the focus land use changes, specifically unpaved and paved surfaces. In addition to that, he has also given us the example of the disaster can happen without climate change also. Generally, we carry the perception that disasters take due to the climate change, but he has very specifically mentioned that it is not due to the climate change, but it can happen without the climate change also, the disaster can take place. And then he has also explained the multi-hazard map of the Andhra Pradesh, and he has given the examples of the three projects specifically focusing on the vulnerable area mapping, biodiversity clustering, eco-sensitive zoning, and then he has also taken the examples of the Ganjam in Orissa, South Goa coastal vulnerability assessment, and also the Vishakhapatnam multi-hazard risk assessment. And in the conclusions, he has very specifically pointed out the evidence-based analysis, and he has quoted two examples. First one is disaster area beyond hazards and making informal decisions. Both the sessions were very interesting, very highlighted all the aspects as far as the climate change is concerned, and specifically all the credit goes to the two stalwarts. Of course, Mr. Ramduji, I call him Professor, being a very close friend of mine, and he has given us the opportunity today to all of us, including the key speakers, to come together, to meet together, to share the platform. And of course, Madam is also there, Director Town Planning present. She has also participated whole day in spite of her busy schedule, and of course, the whole Executive Committee of the Andhra Pradesh deserves the really appreciation for their devotion, for their cooperation, and managing such an excellent seminar on the disaster risk mitigation and climate change. The proceedings of this session will be clubbed together, will be concluded, will be sending to the Y20, and the meeting of the G20 is going to take place in the November 2023, which will be addressed by our Honorable Prime Minister. My humble submission to all the three key speakers of today that kindly give us one-page brief, because I can also prepare the brief, but if I prepare the brief of their presentation, they may not be happy, because my perception about that particular presentations will be totally different than their presentations, because they have made the presentation. So it will be very advisable for us if I request to them to kindly give us one-page brief on their presentation. And once again, I am thankful, as per the ITPI headquarters is thankful to you for giving us the opportunity. My colleague, Mr. Pradeep Kapoor, has just left because he has to catch hold of the flight. So on his behalf and my behalf, once again, thankful to each one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir, for your inspirational speech and words. Before we could go for vote of thanks, I would request Professor Dr. Ayan Tarafdar to please come on to the stage for a small felicitation. Sir, Meshram sir, sorry for the trouble, so can we request you to felicitate Dr. Ayan Tarafdar? Yeah, on the... Go, please. Thank you so much, sir. And now I would request Shri B. Srinivas Lugaru, the Secretary General, to give his vote of thanks.
Good evening to everyone. First and foremost, I extend my sincere thanks to the Institute of Town Planners, India ITPI, for envisioning and executing the remarkable event. I extend my acknowledgement to the unwavering support of Sri Dr. D.S. Meshram, President of ITPI, Pradeep Kapoor, Secretary General of ITPI. Without your support, the building completion would not have been possible, sir. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Srimati R.J. Vidyulata Madam, whose leadership guidance have played major role in making the event success. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Sunita, Suresh, Sanjay, who have been proactive and played a major role in building completion and making this event a success. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speakers, Dr. S. Ramesh, Dr. K.V. Rao, Dr. Sharma and Dr. Ryan, whose insights and expertise illuminated the various dimensions of climate change and disaster risk management. I would like also thank to executive members of APRC, ex-officio members of APRC, Treasurer, Chief City Planner, Sunita, GVMC, CUP Sanjay, VMRDA, Town Planning staff of GVMC and VMRDA staff, Mr. Nagesh Garu, Naveen Biller, Banu, Akshaya Vijayawada, Balu Architect Vizag, Vinay Site Engineer, who have seamlessly supported and coordinated the inauguration activities, building completion and seminar arrangements. Lastly, I extend my gratitude to all participants and delegates who have joined us today. Your presence and active engagement have enriched the discussions and made the seminar a true learning experience. Thank you once again.
Thank you, everyone. And now all of you can join us for high tea. And with this, we conclude our session for today's evening. Have a wonderful evening, all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Divya, for your wonderful anchoring.